Oh my gosh, hold on. Sorry about that. I completely forgot to plug in my earbuds. Not the best way to start a stream, but here we are. Damn it, hold on. Steven, you've been doing this for 3 years now. You should have this down to a science by now. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Everything looks like it's set up now. So, we are once again back with the Deoxys and Partner Cat Pikachu hunts tonight. The plan is that tonight is going to be, not if not an all-night stream, then a most of the night stream, since I have to get back on my work-sleep schedule, and I work night shift on the weekends. So, the idea is to go as long as I can, doing both these hunts. May have to intermittently cut the Pikachu hunt because port space is at a minimum on my computer, and I may have to, I may have to plug in the charge at some point. Unfortunately, I just don't have enough ports to have my Elgato, 3DS, mic, camera, even with my USB hub, all going at once, so that's just the situation we are in tonight. The mic will be on and off throughout the evening, just kind of as I need it, because I just don't know if I can provide commentary for 8 hours. You know, I should make sure the stream sounds good. What is going on here? Nope, didn't mean to do that. We're not showing it either. Here we go. Let's put in the blood. That's supposed to fade. I don't know why it didn't. Are we connected on this side? Sorry, I should have had all this set up beforehand, but guess I'm just that wildly unprofessional. Okay. So yeah, the stream, the audio does sound decent. So anyway, yeah, I might not have the mic on the whole time, just because between just not knowing what to say for 8 hours and my mouth still hurting. It is getting better though. I'm noticing a drastic improvement day to day. My mouth is healing up. So between those two issues, I think I'm going to cut it off when I don't have anything, like when I'm not actively speaking, and that'll allow me to, watch something here on the side without it interrupting the stream. I am going to go ahead and cut that off as well. So I did the math, and I get about one Deoxys encounter every 20 seconds. So that comes out to, if I did my math right, about 1440 encounters over an 8-hour period. If I'm doing this at the absolute most optimal and efficient way. Which obviously that won't be the case because, slip-ups will happen. I'll get distracted sometimes. So, I'm just gonna do my best and hope for a miracle tonight, because if I don't get it tonight, I only got 2 more days to stream before Champions, because I won't be able to do it during the weekend. So. However, of course, once again, I forgot to copy that link. Sorry, give me just a moment here. I have this pinned to the top. Where is it? There we go. Just Steven, come on, you know how to spell. There we go. Alright, anyway, so back to what we were doing. Sorry for the distraction. Like I said, it's gonna happen. It's probably gonna happen with semi-regular frequency tonight. But I'm gonna just do what I can, hopefully get through it. As you can see, I shaved that horrendous beard off my face. I am back to my usual facial hair. It's just getting a bit too warm to have a full beard, I think. And it was kind of just a sort of... I thought I was going to grow it out this year, as long as I could, but I decided tonight it just wasn't worth it. So I chopped it off. I'm going to connect with my hair cutter over the weekend and get this mop fixed as well, because it's getting too long. So hopefully, by the time of Champions, I will actually be in a somewhat presentable state. Oh, and you may or may not notice that my mic quality is not in fact better tonight because Best Buy lied to me. I paid for overnight shipping. It was supposed to be here today, but it will not. The new mic will not be here until tomorrow, and I will not be streaming tomorrow. So that's a tragedy. It means I won't be setting up the new mic or using it until Monday at the earliest. It actually really kind of annoys me because I did pay extra for the same day well, next day shipping, whatever it was. But, you know, it was only $5, so I'm not super torn up about it, but it would be nice if I didn't sound like I was talking from the bomb well. And you might notice the camera's in a slightly different position tonight. It's more centered now. So now I can actually see both of my hands when I gesticulate. What are the odds that something shines tonight? Like, it would be a miracle if both happened, but I don't expect either. Although, well, 1440 is the Deoxys hunt. It's going to be significantly less on Ultramoon because it takes longer to load between each reset. But, I don't know, in 8 hours, it would be nice if I could, at least get the Pikachu. Because if I got the Pikachu, I would be comfortable, pausing the Deoxys hunt and moving on to the Manaphy hunt. Although, to be fair, the Manaphy hunt's got to be the hardest. Well, not the hardest, but the longest, just because there's so much involved. And it's going to be a one egg at a time kind of thing, so... Nope. Nope. I did end up doing my second stream last night after dinner, but I didn't do any shiny hunting. I just did my last-minute prep for Champions. I think there was 5 or 6 Pokemon I had to get finished up, and I did end up getting them done. I didn't get them leveled where I wanted to, or the egg moves. But everything but the egg moves is actually done as of today. The Terra types, leveled up, IVs, EVs, natures, all that jazz. I would have done the egg moves, but home was obviously down doing maintenance last night, so I didn't get around to it, and I just haven't had the time today to work on it either, so... It is what it is. But I'll work on that, I'll have downtime at work this weekend, so I will finalize those last few Pokemon. Check that out. Actually, what I should do is take a couple of my painkillers. These aren't the prescription ones, you just throw your counter broken. But let's take these just to kind of mitigate any pain, because my mouth is still a little sore tonight. I'm trying to avoid taking the really hard painkillers, just because, first off, I don't like being in like an altered state of mind, and these painkillers really do knock me on my ass. And I really only want to use them for when I really need them, when the pain's really bad, so I'm sticking to ibuprofen as best I can. Unfortunately, like I said, the pain is getting better every day, so it hasn't been necessary to take the harder stuff in the last couple days. Nope. Wrong button. I meant to look and see if... So I found a way to map the soft reset keys, LR and start, to one button on my 3DS. And that's how I'm doing it now. I meant to also look if there was a way to, like, enable some kind of turbo for A. Or not turbo, but, I guess it will be turbo. Is it turbo when you hold it, and auto fires when you don't hold it? So yeah, I guess a turbo button. Now I wouldn't have to keep spamming it, because, like, obviously I'm using turbo on this controller to get through the Deoxys resets. Like, you go through the menu and the encounter, and all that. It would be nice to have something similar on the 3DS. In fact, I can look it up on the side here. I'm sure there is an option for that. Yeah, I know Rehit doesn't do it, because that's what I did for my remapping. Oh, hold on, can you just do it from the Rosalina menu? Hold on, I'll have to look into that a bit more in just a minute. Wait, Rehit does have a turbo button feature? Hold on, let me check Rehit, because I might go ahead and modify that on the fly, if that is possible. Here we go. When I press A, I want to... Well, I was gonna put this in not portrait mode. Hold on. I don't see. C to D that, D to C that, override. No. I think I was lied to. When I press, I want the touchscreen to no. When I press... Oh, there is a way to... I bet I'd have to map that So I've been discussing with some friends how annoying it is to do Dex Nav content in Oras because of the sneaking mechanic. And I've been wondering if there's a way to custom mount your stick to only go to the degree, not past a certain degree, so you don't go out of sneak mode. And I couldn't find anything, but apparently you can, in fact, adjust, or at least remap it to be at a certain percentage. So I should look into that. Touch. But I do not see a turbo button. I was lied to. Yeah, there's definitely not a turbo function. How is this not a thing? No, I'm not gonna hard mod with an Arduino. That's not happening. Okay, so back as of May 2024, apparently there was, in fact, a turbo option, but I don't see. I couldn't find how to do it. Turbo amongst one or more keys to toggle different keys. No, I don't want it to auto fire though. I should learn how to do this manually though, that way I can only have this map to one game instead of globally. Sorry, I don't have much serious. I'm just reading, trying to figure out how I can do this. Hmm. I'm not the only one looking for this kind of functionality, but no one seems to have a solution for it. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I can just do what I'm doing, but... Yeah, it just doesn't look like there is. So, I'll just have to go with that. That's okay. Yeah. I gotta find that GIF. Hold on. Should be relatively recent. I made it just a few weeks ago. Should be right down here. Thought it should have been. Oh. There's the Deoxys GIF. But it should be right around here. There it is. Ugh, laughing hurts. Ugh. So it turns out, so the home maintenance for ZA happened last night, obviously. And it turns out, aside from a handful of new abilities, Mega Floette, well, even base Eternal Floette, doesn't have a shiny texture in home, which is really weird. Because it has a shiny in ZA, and it has a shiny in the previous games its data was in. But not in home. I wonder what that's about. You know, this is actually bothering me. We're gonna make a slight adjustment to the webcam. We're gonna just shift you down so there's not so much... There we go. That looks awkward as hell to shape, but that's alright. There we go. Now I don't have all this huge gap above me. Oh. Oh shit. I've been taking this antibiotic mouthwash ever since my surgery just to... I mean, because it's prescribed to me, I need to take it. And I'm not supposed to drink anything, including water, for like an hour afterwards. And... I forgot. So, what I need to do is probably use it again sometime soon. I mean, we're about a week after the surgery, so like the greatest risk of infection is past at this point. But I'm still trying to do everything right just to avoid any complications. Can't believe I did that. In any case, I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut the mic for now. Until I have something to say, or until something shines. Um, just because, like I said, it hurts to be talking constantly. So hopefully by Hands, can you not do this right now? Hopefully by Wednesday, by Champions, I will be back to being able to talk completely normally, because obviously I'll have a lot to say then. So, um, actually, what if I do this? Oh, I don't know, you see a bit more of my hands that way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I look too fat. Just go with that, I guess. Anyway. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go and mute the mic for now, and I will cut it back on if I have anything to say. So I apologize about that. I was actually trying to unplug the power cable from the back of this, and I grabbed the pass through for the video capture. So fortunately, he didn't miss anything. But you know, that's what that was. Alright, so the hunt's been going on just over an hour and a half, and it is very nearly 1 a.m. I'm going to do one final, well not final, I'm going to do one check real quick on both of these, and then I need to go put my laundry in the dryer and throw a new load in, so I'm going to go BRB for just a couple minutes, and then I'll be back to continue. Let's go ahead and just, well, I guess I'll go ahead and do that check real quick. Alright, so nothing. So let's do this. Alright, I will be right back. No. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't mute. But I am back. Sorry for that. I had to step away for just a moment, but we're going to go ahead and resume the hunt. So make sure I'm not all tangled up here. Turn that back on, and let's get back to it. So, I apologize if it looks like I'm slowing down a little bit. Um, this was a problem I knew I was going to have doing this, is that because I'm changing my sleep schedule to prepare for the work weekend. Jeez, I can't talk straight. Because I am adjusting my sleep schedule to adjust for my work weekend, I'm obviously tired. Normally, during the week on my days off, I would be asleep, usually no later than midnight, but try to be in bed by like 11. Um, so with it being past 1 o'clock, I'm already feeling kind of zonked. But, so, if, especially on the DS side, because I don't have any volume going here, if I'm a little slower on the resets here, it's just because I'm not entirely as focused up as I should be. Since I can do... Oh my gosh, I just realized. Sorry, I didn't mute that. Um, since I can hear the Switch on my television, even if my eyes kind of droop, I can play it by ear and hear if the shining happens, so it's a little bit easier to stay on top of this. So, just addressing that if I do kind of slow down a little bit. I'm obviously going to keep going. I'm going to do my best to stay awake as long as I can. But it might kind of peter and pick up and slow down as the night progresses. Hey, Kane, how you doing, bud? Oh, give me just a second here. Kane, Garrett, whatever we call you. I've been going about 2.5 hours. How you doing? Sorry, I had the mic off previously. I guess you haven't heard. Last week I had jaw surgery, pretty invasive jaw surgery. Had to get multiple screws put in and stuff. And I've been healing up, so it still really hurts to talk. And so I've been cutting the mic whenever I don't have anything to say, just to kind of ease up the pain in my jaw. You doing alright these days? How you been? You know, I'm doing alright. I'm healing up, sore, but I'm good. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, it's we're on day 6 now. There's still some discomfort. I still feel it like right here, pretty bad, but it's manageable. You've been enjoying Pokopia? I see you on online every now and then playing it. Yeah, I get that. Work's been crazy busy. To do my own Ungrown City, but it's a long process and more than I've been up for in a long time. I've had. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Unfortunately, I think I briefly discussed this last time we chatted, but Pokopia just doesn't do it for me, so I haven't played past the first 3 areas. And I haven't touched it since, I don't know, say a couple weeks. It's a shame because I like all the stuff I see online that people are doing. And in other games like Minecraft, this kind of thing is fantastic. I love it, but it just doesn't quite hit for me. I don't want to make you talk too much or it hurts, but I'm interested in your plans for... well, no, I'm good to talk for a while. Like I said, I've not been doing it a lot, so I'm okay. Um, well, obviously, Champions comes out next Wednesday, and I'm off that day. I am planning to stream it as soon as it drops. Um, try to stream it as frequently as I can and get back into the competitive scene because I've been out of it for a little bit. Last night I did two streams. The second one later in the evening was me finalizing some of the competitive cores that I didn't have finished up yet. So I'm all set. I've got I can't even think of how many boxes fill up one grid on Pokemon Home. But I've got an entire grid of nothing but competitive Pokemon, and that's 30 per box. I think it's 5 boxes per row and 5 rows. So you do the math. But I'm very, very excited for it. And I'm hoping by next Wednesday this situation will be fully healed up and I won't have to kind of limit how much I talk because obviously I'll have a lot to say during that. I need to open up the bottle of water. Oh, this is my last one. I gotta go buy more tomorrow. Oh, and the laptop is at 10%, so I'm gonna have to stop the Pikachu hunt for a bit so I can plug my laptop in. But I'm gonna keep the Deoxys hunt going. So this will be my last check with Pikachu for a little bit. But let's check this. Alright, so not shiny. So what we're gonna do is we're going to switch over to just this. Turn this off. Close this, unplug you, and plug you in without putting my computer in sleep. After I charge for a little bit, I will resume the Pikachu portion of the hunt. It's pretty small in this format. Oh, hold on a second. I'm not sure if I would notice a shiny Pikachu. So here's the thing about the, here's the thing about the Pikachu in Ultra Moon. This one, it technically has a shiny, but it doesn't have any difference in colors. It's actually an error in how they distributed this particular shiny, or this particular event Pokemon. And it can be shiny, it does the sparkle effect, but it doesn't have any different colors. So you wouldn't notice a difference until I sent it into battle. No, it's the exact same color. It just has the sparkle animation when you send it out, and it has the little red star in the summary screen to let you know it's shiny. And because it's one of the few QR code events that they distributed during Gen 7, it's infinitely and permanently available, you know? I mean, it's still once per save, but like if you start a new save today in Ultra Sun or Moon, you can scan it with the photo app in the game, and you can hunt it yourself today if you wanted. So that's really, really cool. The previous QR events like Magearna were properly done, so it could never be shiny. So this Pikachu is very unique in that regard. I've been planning on shiny hunting for a Lilligant Petalil soon. I've been meaning to grind for one on Scarlet and Violet since they finally added another non-grass type move in the attack pool for OTM. I shiny hunted 2 Petalil in Scarlet so I could do the standard Lilligant and then transfer one to Legends Arceus and get the Assyrian version. So I got both of those competitively built and ready to go for champions. Have you had a chance to try Slid Aspire yet? I already did a grind for pursuing the Ligand, but I never went back for the default. I could only take pulling out the camera to stare at their eyes so many times. Yeah, that's not a great shiny to hunt because of the only slight color variation. I had that problem with I had that problem recently. I can't remember who it was. It was in ZA though. I can't remember who it was, but it was a shiny that has very uh barely noticeable shiny differences. Okay, I got you. Who was it? I don't know. I can't think of who it was. But there were several times in Scarlet that I had that problem. Like Iron Moth, when I was hunting all the Paradox Pokemon, was rough because, at least to my eyes, it looks very similar to its base colors. And they would always fly into the sky as soon as they would spawn, so it would be very hard to shiny hunt that one. I will tell you, the 3 Tauros variants in Scarlet and Violet were horrible to shiny hunt. The first two, Combat Breed, I got right away. And Blaze Breed, I got twice in very quick succession. But the Aqua Breed took me months to finally get. I even had help with like other players helping me try to spawn it, and I just could not get it. And they're so hard to notice the difference for in game. I did finally get it, but oh, it was awful. The worst hunt I've done by far. Speaking of Slay the Spire, are we friends on Steam? If not, you should add me. Or I could add you whenever. That water went down the wrong way. Right now, I like a point of sharing information for and stuff and Steam through text or something. Hey, yeah, I appreciate that. That way, when you do finally get Slay the Spire 2, we can play it together, multiplayer. I think I told you before, it's got a co-op mode, and I've been excited to try that. I had my Steam set to offline on alters because I tried to be playing up late at night most of the time when I'm gaming and friends kept pestering me about gaming thing. Hey, I get that. I think I'm set to offline by default too. Do you have a plan for your first starting team for the new? Nope. No idea how I'm gonna win. So here's the thing. Like, we have at least some idea of what will be available to start with. But I don't want to just use the same centralized stuff that everyone else is going to be using, right? I really like to use the stuff I enjoy. So I think it's going to be a mix between running meta picks as well as my personal favorites. Like, I'm going to be following the meta. I'm going to be following the competitive scene on this game. You know, trying to learn. And, you know, like I said, I've been out of competitive for a couple of years now. So I do have a bit of a learning curve ahead of me. So I do want to have a wide variety of options. And I do have, like I said, several hundred competitive Pokemon. But, I thought maybe I would do, like, a little, like, side thing where I only use stuff that you could recruit in-game instead of I could transfer from home. But, I don't know. It'll just have to wait and see what happens. Do you have any plans for the game? Because as far as I knew, I didn't think you played competitive Pokemon. But if you do, that's awesome. Yugi, don't flash the stream. Oh, no, you're not gonna stay? Okay. Well, you can't be rubbing on my control stick. You can come up here. Come on. Girl. Oh, I got your itchy spot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come on. Not really. I keep an eye on it because it fascinates me. I don't tend to have it in me to play against real people too much, unfortunately. I mean, that's totally fair. I didn't really start caring about the competitive side until Generation 6, and then I played it pretty hardcore through Gen 6 and 7. And then Sword and Shield, I didn't have a lot of interest. I just didn't like the gimmick. I don't like Dynamax. I didn't like Dexit. And so I fell out of it pretty quickly. And then I got back into it for Scarlet and Violet. And I was feeling pretty good about it for a while. And then I went to my last regional in the Scarlet and Violet era was, and I can't remember if it was Nashville, Tennessee, or Jacksonville, Tennessee. It was somewhere in Tennessee, and I got just blown out. I had such a bad performance. I think I went like 0-5, 0-4 on day one, and I actually dropped out before my final match because it was just it was a bad weekend all around. I shouldn't have. I went into it in the worst way I could have. Because there was no way for me to I had to basically leave work at 11 p.m. the night before, and then drive straight to Tennessee, get at my hotel an hour before the event started, so I got no sleep out all day for it, no real prep time. And so by the time the second there was after like the first 4 games, there was a short break period, and so I went to go get lunch. Everyone's hungry at that point, and the lines for all the in-house venues were just packed. And so I door dashed my lunch, and my lunch arrived literally 1 minute before my next match was supposed to start. And I stayed so poorly. Um, I think I went 1-2 in my final game, and at that point I was just so exhausted. I was so tired that I said, you know what, I don't have it in me to perform. There was like some kind of last chance bracket that I qualified for, but I dropped. I went to the judges and said, hey, I gotta drop out. I can't do this. And then I left. I got a hotel room, because I stupidly thought I'd have a chance to sleep. So I went back to my hotel. I slept for a few hours. Got up around 9 p.m., something like that. Went to a Texas Roadhouse that was in town. And then I don't remember if I went back to the hotel to sleep or if I went straight home. I don't remember the drive home at all. That's how tired I was. But it was not a great weekend, and I realized I just don't have the time to travel like I would have before. And so I stopped doing VGC. And so I've been out of the game for a couple years. But I'm hoping to get back into it now. Of course, it's hard to go to VGC events because they're usually hosted on weekends, and now I work the weekends. Like, I can't go to the Worlds this year. I was going to go to the Worlds this year. It's in San Francisco. But it's a weekend, and it just happens to be the weekend after my boss is going to California and Vegas that summer, and he's coming back the week before Worlds, and I have to take my vacation time when he travels, and so it lined up really horribly. And I jokingly tried to talk him into delaying his trip by a week so I could fly out with him and go, but there was just no way I could do it this year. They suggested just use some of my personal time to fly out and do that, but I hate using PTO to do something not necessary, so I'm just not going to go this year. I had fun with a gimmick team I made to play online X and Y. I don't remember my full team, but I really enjoyed Protean Greninja and Offensive Clefable. Offensive Clefable, that is so toxic. Changing to a fairy type from the new gen and stopping a bunch of people that weren't expecting that type and that weren't expecting the type changes, swapping dragons into fairy melee. I'm sorry, dude. I mean, it is what it is. I'm disappointed, but I'm not torn up about it. We'll see where it's going to be at next year. And just depending on where it's at, I might make a point to make it happen next year. I don't know. And as it turns out, this is not a good year for me to go anyway, because I just had this surgery, and not counting what my insurance covered, it cost me $13,000 to have this done. And I had to take out a loan to actually cover it, so I'm going to be paying off that loan for the rest of the year. It's a loan over a 12-month period, so I'm paying quite a bit every month to get it taken care of. So it just wouldn't be responsible for me to fly out and do all that this summer anyway. Ouch, that really sucks. Yeah, it does, but I had long-term damage that I just kept not getting addressed. I should have had it worked on, because I needed multiple things done. But when I broke this molar 10 years ago, I should have gone to my dentist and said, "Hey, this is broken, fix it," and then the problems with my jaw would have been discovered then. But I didn't because I didn't have insurance back then. And eventually, the nerve died. There was no pain, so I'm like, "Well, I can just live like this." But then back in January, a molar on this side broke, and I had really bad pain. And I'm like, "Well, I've got good insurance, so let's get it fixed." And that's how I discovered that I had some deformities in my jaw, and on top of that, I had some receding bone from up here in the broken molar. And so all in all, I had 2 screws put into the back of my jaw. I got 2 extractions. No, no, no. I had 4 extractions. 4 extractions, 2 screws, and 2 pins, and 4 bone grafts. So that way, if I ever want to get implants in those 4 spots, I can. And I'm planning on doing those next year, but they're just out of the budget right now. No way I can do it this year. So it was pretty extensive and very expensive. But it is what it is, you know. I'll manage. I always do. What's really annoying though is where like the base of your tongue connects to your mouth in the back of your throat. And it's probably just my imagination, but I swear I can feel the screws back there. I feel a very defined ridge on both sides, and I'm like, that has to be the screws. It's like you ever get like a piece of food stuck in the back corner, like kind of under your tongue, and you can't really get it. You gotta like to get it out. That's what it feels like permanently right now. I'm hoping once the swelling goes down, that sensation goes away. Yeah, it does drive me nuts. Still, all things considered, the surgery I had Friday, still not as bad as my hernia surgery last summer. The post-op on that was terrible, and I was so helpless. Like I actually had to have my mother and my grandmother basically have to babysit me for like 4 days. It was awful. I couldn't work for at least a week. It was rough. So this was more expensive, but not as painful and inconvenient. Come here. Come on. Hi. You keep visiting me. I have a vertical shoulder right here. Ugh. It is only 2:30. I've got 5.5 hours to go. At least before I can go to bed. Yeah, well, since I've told you before, I worked Friday through Monday overnights, and on my days off, Tuesday through Thursday, I like to be awake during the day. So I have a normal sleep schedule those days, and then the Thursday to Friday transition, I try to go back to a overnight schedule, and so I kind of gotta force myself to be up all night That way I'll sleep through Friday until I wake up for work. So, and I'm attempting to stream this hunt and the Pikachu hunt once my laptop power goes back up until at least 7 a.m. So, I might not make it that far. I am pretty tired, but I'm gonna go for as long as I can. Speaking of, I think it was 1 o'clock when I changed my laundry. After this check, I need to go change my laundry over, so. Okay. So, I'm going to go BRB, and then I will be back with more of the hunt. Sorry about that. Alright, so it turns out that my laundry is actually not quite done. Taking a little bit longer than expected. So I will check it again here in just a little bit. Laptop's up to 33%. That's charging relatively quickly. Once we get back up to 100%, 99%, whatever, we'll get the 3DS plugged back in. Of course, if I get to Deoxys before then, I won't need the extra slot. Although, now that I think about it, there's not really a safe way for me to swap out my ports, so still won't be able to plug in my laptop while I hunt Pikachu. Where is my USB hub? My non-Type-C hub. you might be on my desk. So, not over here. Um, you don't want those. You hate those pills. I had to put Yuki on what amounts to antidepressants for a few weeks. And she hated those pills so much, it destroyed any trust she had in me for like a whole month. I couldn't touch her, I couldn't pick her up, I couldn't pet her. I mean, obviously things are better now, like I could pick her up no problem, see? But forcing those pills down her throat did such a number on our relationship. The girl. The girl. I know, you want me to pet you. I don't know. It's a sweet purr you have. Hold on. I gotta grab the mouse. Sorry, Yuki. I get that. My sister has to give her cat a pet. Oh, tongue tied. My sister has to give her cat pills pretty often to help with the condition she has. Thankfully, my sister has taught her cat to relate pills for treats. I tried everything. I tried. So, first, they gave her a small pill because there was something going on with her bladder. She was peeing blood, and we couldn't figure out why, and it was causing her a lot of distress. She's not a very vocal cat. She doesn't meow almost ever, but she was basically yowling every time she had to use a litter box. And so something was wrong. And they weren't sure what the issue was, so they started with antibiotics, and those were small enough that I would take some of her favorite treats, and I could trick her into eating it with the treats. But these pills are significantly bigger, and she wouldn't fall for it. And so then I tried putting them into her treats, and she would eat around them. So then I got completely different treats, and she would eat everything but the pill. So eventually I had to start just shoving it down her throat. And as I said, that just ruined things for a while. And it was making her so upset. I think it was making her condition worse, so I just stopped. But then, crazy, overnight, the original issue, the blood, stopped. She was no longer having problems. And she's been fine since then. And I don't know if she was misdiagnosed. They said that they tested for, like, stones, like bladder stones. And she said there was no signs, but I'm convinced that had to be what it was, because an issue like that doesn't just stop without some reason. So I'm thinking she must have had a bladder stone. Bye. I think she must have had a bladder stone that was somehow missed, and as soon as she passed it, everything went back normal. And since I stopped giving her the pills, she slowly rebuilt her trust and affection, and now she's fine. Speaking of pills, I think... Am I gonna do it? I only took... Hold on. I took 400 milligrams of that. 600... That's 1,000 milligrams in 3 hours. That can't be safe. I could take an oxycodone though. But I feel like if I take this, then I'm definitely not gonna make it through a 5-hour stream. 5 more hours stream. Let me just look. Because I'm not trying to box my kidneys healing this jaw. Let's see. Taking a high amount of ibuprofen within a short time frame, such as 1,000 milligrams in 3 hours, approaches or exceeds typical daily limits for over-the-counter use and carries increased risk of side effects. Higher doses increase the risk of stomach irritation, heartburn, discomfort, and with frequent high dosing, potential kidney. I don't do it often. I think I should be okay. Nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain. I mean, I guess if things get bad, I'll just go to the ER, but I think I'll be alright. I don't usually take more than 400 milligrams at a time. But I think I am going to go ahead and just take one of these ibuprofen. What you doing? What you doing, Yuki? No, the door has to stay closed. I don't want to wake the roommates up. So, when they first started treating my jaw, my teeth, everything, there was this one spot. So I had to get several procedures done over a period of days. It was supposed to be over a month, but because of what I'm about to tell you, 5 procedures over 1 month turned into 4 procedures in a week. So they originally wanted to start with oral hygiene, you know, just regular maintenance. So I went in, and the way to do it was they do one half one day, the next half a week later. So I went in, and they did the right half. And what they do is they inject you across your jaw with lidocaine, novocaine, something like that, to numb you up. And it worked from like everything except for this one spot right here. And every time she put the needle in, I felt the needle touch the bone of my jaw every time. It was excruciatingly painful. But she kept assuring me, it's gonna numb up, you'll stop feeling it, blah blah blah. Well, I never numbed up in that spot. I never stopped feeling it. But she started doing the cleaning, and it was uncomfortable, but I was getting through it. And then she got to that spot on my lower jaw. And I guess it was probably the molar that caused this problem. When she started doing that, apparently, first off, it was the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. And apparently I screamed so loud that they heard it in the lobby. Which is embarrassing, right? A grown-ass man screaming. But I got through it in the end. And she's like, okay, you're good to go. She's like, oh, I don't know why we sit there. She's like, go home, get some rest. We'll see you next week. So I get in my car, and I am so stressed out. I'm in so much pain. I literally call my mom and tell her, like, I just had, like, not even being hyperbolic, not exaggerating, the worst physical trauma I've ever experienced in my life. And I tell her, I'm like, if that's how it's going to feel for all these procedures, I don't know if I'd go through with it. And then I texted my boss and told him the same thing. Like, dude, I just don't know if I have it in me to keep doing this. And they're both basically like, dude, you gotta do it. You've already paid for it. Just man up and do it. And I'm like, well, I have a week before I have to worry about it, so I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So I'm driving home, trying to calm down, and as soon as I pull into my parking lot at my apartment, literally don't even have the engine cut off yet, I get a call. And they're like, oh, hey, actually, we wanted to do some other work on you today. She wasn't supposed to send you home. Would you mind coming back in? And I sat there, phone in my hand, the woman on the line, and I just look up, and I'm like, mentally, I'm like, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I have what it takes to go through this, especially not today. But I sighed, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be right back. So I pull out, go right back, and they're like, well, we want to... What did they want to do that day? Oh, I had to get a filling. Because remember, I haven't been to the dentist in my adult life until like the last 5 years, because I haven't had insurance until then. And they're like, well, you need a couple fillings to kind of just mitigate damage before it gets worse. And they're like, we're going to numb you up with something even stronger. It's just one injection. You're not going to feel it. And to their credit, I was still mostly numb from the first procedure. He grabbed an even bigger needle. And needles don't generally bother me, aside from that one that touched my bone. But he grabbed an even bigger needle, stuck it in the back of my jaw, and I felt it a little bit, just a tiny bit. Not terrible. And it numbed me up good. And so he's doing the filling. But I'm already so stressed out from the first part of the work that apparently my heart rate was so high, like 130 something, that they thought I was going to have a heart attack. So he finished the first one. And I thought, mentally, I'm like, okay, this doesn't really hurt. I think I can finish up. But he's like, dude, we can't finish this today. He's like, I just don't think it's safe if we continue. He's like, would you mind coming back tomorrow? Or not tomorrow, the day after. Because it was Tuesday when I had the appointment. I had to come back Thursday. He's like, I'm going to give you a prescription for Valium. Take one before bed, take one an hour before the appointment, and that should chill you out. You should be fine. So I get the Valium, I take it as prescribed, and it didn't feel like it did anything for me. Neither dose. It didn't make me sleepy. He said it was going to make me feel like I was high. I've been high. I didn't feel high. I didn't feel like there was any difference. And I felt like I was nervous and anxious going back in. But he said, no, I could already tell there's a huge difference. I think we're good. So he gets to work, and this time when he sticks the big needle on my jaw, I feel. And it wasn't awful, but it hurt enough that I gave him this dirty look like, dude, are you kidding me? Obviously, I couldn't say anything. I had a needle in my jaw. But it hurt. But he sticks me, and I numb up real good, real fast. No problem. And so he gets to work. And he's doing the rest of the work, doing the fillings. And then, near the end, he's like, okay, we got one more to do, and then we're done. And I'm like, yeah, this is going great. Awesome. But as he's getting towards, I guess, the end of the final one, he hits something, and it hurt so bad. He had the, I guess it's like a little Dremel needle. I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, he had this in my mouth, this drill going, and it hurt so bad I jumped. And you should never do that when they've got a fucking drill in your tooth. But I jumped. It hurt so bad. And he's like, "Did you feel that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no shit, I felt that." He's like, "Did it hurt?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it really fucking hurt." He's like, "Okay, we're gonna stop, and I'm gonna take a scan of that tooth, that part of your jaw." So he gets this wand thing that he shoves in your mouth, and I guess it does like a 3D image of your mouth, your jaw. And he calls in the actual surgeon, and he's like, "I think we might have to actually just take this tooth. We might just have to extract it because there is actually, it looks like there's some serious damage at the baseline of the jaw where the root connects. And I guess it was affecting the nerve. And so they go and talk to the woman who was like managing the payment part, and they're like, "Well, it's not really in your budget to have this extraction done because that would require an additional bone graft and an implant." So I'm like, "Okay, we'll just try to do this." And so the dentist is like, "What we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to finish the filling and get," because I guess I had a pretty bad cavity in the molar. He's like, "We're gonna try and get most of the cavity as much as we can and do the filling and just be done with it." But he just couldn't. It was too much pain, and I guess that molar was just beyond repair. So he puts a temporary filling in there, and he's like, "We have to extract it. There's not really a choice. If we don't extract it, it's going to break, and it's going to cause an infection, and it's going to just be long-term bad." And so we rework it out, and we get it within budget, so I can do it. And he's like, "I know you were supposed to have the surgery for the jaw and stuff, and the broken molars on April 24th. We need to do it tomorrow, like last Friday." He's like, we need you to come in tomorrow to do this." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, I wasn't sure I could mentally prepare for another surgery in a month, and now you're telling me I have to be ready tomorrow. And I work the weekends, so I'm like, I can't give you an answer right now. I'm like, I have to call my boss and find out if I can get the days off. And so I text my boss. I'm like, "Hey, are you busy? I need to talk to you. And it's time sensitive." He's like, "Well, we're just about to go out to dinner. Can I call you in an hour?" And I'm like, "I don't have an hour." I'm like, "I need to talk to you right now." And so I call him. He says I can call him, and I tell him like, "Hey, this is the situation. I know I was going to take off the weekend of April 24th for the surgery, but now I need to do it tomorrow." And he's like, "All right, do what you gotta do." So I get the time off, paid time off of that, and we schedule to come in at noon on Friday. Have to have a driver because they're going to put me under anesthesia, so I can't drive myself afterwards. So my mom comes with me. And I was so stressed out, so nervous about this. And it turned out not terrible. Like, this is like the silver lining of the whole story. It wasn't terrible. They put me on, and I barely remember even going back into the room. They put an IV in my hand, put that little thing under your nose, and I was out. And I guess they got the whole thing done. The whole thing done in like 2 hours, something like that. And the only thing I remember afterwards is someone helping me into the passenger seat of my car. I couldn't tell you who it was. And then my mom and her fiance trying to help me up my apartment steps, and my mom yelling at me for some reason. Everything past that for the next few hours, I don't remember at all. But obviously the pain was pretty bad. Like once the anesthesia flew off, I was in pain, and I was bleeding pretty heavily for a while. I had to have my mouth full of galls for like 8 hours. It should have only taken 45 minutes, they said, but I went through the whole pack of galls, and it just wouldn't stop bleeding. But eventually, I'm like, I have to eat something, and you're supposed to eat really soft things. So I tried some macaroni and cheese, and I was super paranoid, but I managed to get that down. And then, so I was off Friday and not Saturday, and I went back to work Sunday, Monday. And so, I was eating soft things like Greek yogurt, scrambled eggs, and I've gotten back up to the point where I'm eating like soft chicken, soft pork. Like I had some shredded pork the other night. They heavily encourage ice cream because the cold helps like numb the area. And so I've been eating a lot more ice cream, and I usually don't eat ice cream very often. And lots of pasta. I love pasta, but I've tried very hard to cut back on my pasta because I don't want the carbs. But I'm right back on the pasta now, so. But the post-op, it's been rough. Tuesday morning, I took my grandma out to breakfast, and I had an omelet. And the omelet was fine. Like, it didn't feel like it was that much wear and work on my jaw, and when I finished, I didn't hurt too much worse than normal. So I dropped her off, went home, and went to bed, because I had just gotten off work at 7 a.m., and it was now 9 a.m. And so I took my oxycodone, I took my antibiotic, everything I was supposed to take, and passed out. When I woke up Tuesday afternoon, I was in the worst pain I've experienced since the surgery. It hurt so bad, I thought I had screwed something up. Fortunately, after I took more painkillers, it did go away, but it was a very rough day. But yesterday, Wednesday, today, Thursday, it still hurts, but it's significantly better. So, anyway, so yeah, that's that whole surgery story, the whole dental story from start to finish. But it turns out that the reason I have most of my pain right here is because I did have some significant damage to the actual jawbone. And so that part's going to hurt the longest. But, it is what it is. The whole story's giving me sympathy and anxiety. I'm so sorry, dude. I get stressed out for a genre doctor dentist checkup appointment. I can't even imagine the stress. Dude, I haven't dealt with serious stress or anxiety since 2015, so 10 years. But it was so bad after that first appointment that I literally thought I was going to have a full-blown panic attack. But I did have my post-op appointment, and they looked at the sites, and everything looks good. Everything looks like it's healing up properly. No infection, no nothing. So that's a relief. But it won't feel back to normal for at least another week. And even then, the spots where I had to get bone grafts won't heal up for 6 months. But I should be back to eating and feeling normal next week, the week after at the latest. That's a relief. I'm sorry you have that debt looming over you, but I'm glad you could. Like I said, I'm not. I mean, obviously the debt's stressful, but I can afford it. It's not not detrimental. It's not going to ruin me. It's not going to put me out of my apartment or anything like that. I can manage it. So, I do still have some other work, like that second half of the cleaning I haven't gotten done. I was supposed to do it Tuesday, but I was just in so much pain that there was no way it was going to happen. So it's actually scheduled for the 13th. I should be good by then. And then I need one other minor procedure, and I can't remember what it is, that was supposed to be Wednesday, this past Wednesday. But again, I was in too much pain for it. So I canceled that, and I'm going to have to reschedule that as soon as I know when my mouth is feeling better. So, but compared to what I've already been through, that can't be terrible. It is about 3 a.m. I really want to see you find. Hey, look, man, I want to see me find this. And here's the thing: I gotta do this twice. I have to do this twice. I don't know if I'll do the second one on stream. Maybe I'll do it on and off. I don't know. But I have to do it on Leaf Green as well, because I have a shiny from Emerald from years and years ago that I got. I hunted that, and that one took a long time too. But since I have that one, and I'm doing this one, I might as well do the third as well. That way I can have the shiny from all three versions. But yeah, I really hope this thing shines soon. The third shiny Deoxys, the Leaf Green one, I'm not going to do right away. I will definitely take a break before I start on that. Especially because I've got the Pikachu I gotta do, and then I've got the worst hunt in the series. I don't know if you know much about, well, I guess shiny hunting in general, but in Gen 4 there was a Manaphy Egg event that you could only get from the Pokemon Ranger games. Very convoluted, and only once per cartridge. Not once per save, once per cartridge. And it can never be shiny in the game that you send it to. So you have to trade it to a different game and hope it hatches shiny. And if not, reset, trade the egg back, trade it to a different save, and so on and so forth, so it hatches shiny. It's easily the worst hunt in all of Pokemon. I'm gonna do that hunt. I'm doing mine a little bit differently though. In the Ranger games where the egg comes from, it's one per cartridge, but you can use a tool, like a hack 3DS or other software to basically wipe the game to like retail settings, like so like it's like it just came out of the box. And if you do that, you can send the egg again. You still have to jump through all the hoops to unlock it. You can send the egg again, doing it that way. I'm not doing it that way. What I'm doing is I have the egg already sent to my Platinum save. And you have to pick it up like a normal, any other event. So you save in front, and every time you pick up the egg, it rolls all over again. Yes, you can still move them off the DSO switch, yes. So I'm saved in front of the guy who gives you the egg. And every time you collect the egg and hatch it, it'll be a different nature, different stats, right? So I'm saved in front of him, and the plan is I'm going to take the egg, and remember, it can't be shiny in Platinum. It can't be shiny in the receiving game. I'm going to trade it to my Heart Gold save and hatch it. And obviously it won't be shiny the first time. It's 1 in 8,000 odds, right? So when it hatches and it's not shiny, I'm going to go back to my Platinum, and I'm going to restore that save back to before I picked up the egg. I have the save already backed up. So I'll pick up the egg, trade it, and then Platinum, I'll go to my backup tool, restore the save to before I collect the egg, go back into platinum, pick up the egg again, trade it, hatch it. It won't be shiny. Go back into platinum, restore the save, pick up the egg, trade it, and I'm going to do that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until I finally get the shiny. And I don't know how long it's going to take. You can look up other people doing it on YouTube. This is a months and years long kind of deal. I don't even know what the quickest one on record is, but this is going to be worse than the Deoxys hunt, and I'll be in it for a long time. So, and yeah, I know it's not 100% legitimate because you're not supposed to be able to back up and restore your Pokemon saves. I don't care about that. The egg itself is being generated 100% normally, like any other, every time you collect it. So, that is close enough for me. And really, it's no different than using those same tools to wipe a ranger cart to be able to get the game again. All I'm doing is skipping having to play the whole game for every distribution all over. But it's still the same thing. It's still just backing up and restoring save data. So I just figure it's quicker to do it this way than it would be to do it that way. And most importantly, as far as bank and home are concerned, it's 100% legitimate. Because it is legitimate, you know. It's like I said, it's generated, it's created in game, 100% naturally and normally. So it'll go up the home just fine, and I'll be able to use it in Champions. You know, when it finally happens. Alright, after this check, I'm going to go switch my laundry over. This should be done by this point. What's that say? We're already talking about an incredibly improbable, difficult hunt. Painful shiny ground. Sorry, I can't read. We're already talking about incredibly improbable, super difficult, painful shiny grind. I think you deserve it if you get through all that. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I will be right back. Give me just a second. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that, but my clothes are officially in the dryer. And we're back with the hunt. We are almost to 4 hours. It's just past 3 a.m. Still no shiny. Computer is at 62% battery, so hopefully within the hour we'll be back to dual hunting. You know, what's really weird about the post-op pain is obviously the sites where they did the work hurt. But the spots where they didn't do anything, like the teeth in front of them and the front of my jaw, also really hurt. So I'm part of the shiny Pokemon Discord, and when these games first came out, obviously everyone was excited to hunt these previously not unavailable but limitedly available events. Deoxys, Lugia. I watched someone get Deoxys in 72 resets. Insane. 72. And I shared that in Discord. I'm like, this has to be the world record. Turns out, someone had done it just the day before in 23 resets. 23. I've been doing this for about 35 hours in total now between all my streams. And I did the math today. It takes about 20 seconds to go from seeing Deoxys to resetting and getting into the next encounter. So, getting through this. So getting to this point where you first see him, from that until you see him again, about 20 seconds. So that's 3 encounters a minute, 30 encounters in 10 minutes, 180 in an hour. And if I was streaming for 8 hours like planned, that's only 1,440 resets. And so that's 8 hours. I've been doing this for almost 35. So I'm pretty sure, and the odds in this gen are 1 in 8,196, something like that. I'm pretty sure I have to be at least odds, if not over odds. Let's see. 1,400 into 81. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's 8 hours. 46. 6,000. 8 hours times 6 is 48. So no, I'm not at odds yet. It will be another 15-ish hours before I'm at odds. That can't be right. Hold on, let me just check the math again. Okay, so 5.5, 8 times 5.6. Okay, yeah, the math is right. So I'm not at odds yet. I still have at least another 14-ish hours. But even then, that's not a guarantee that I'll get the shiny. That's just statistically I should get the shiny. Now, to be fair, I've been doing other shiny hunts off stream on Omega Ruby. And I got the entire Wurmple family, so 5 Pokemon. Zigzagoon, Taylor, Wingull, the entire Clamperl family, so 3 more. Tropius, and Relicanth. 5, 8, 11. So 13 shinies in 1 week. On top of other hunts I've done. So, I mean, that's not awful, but Omega Ruby also has 1 in 4,000 odds, plus the shiny charm. So, I think at best I had like 1 in 290 odds for most of those, so those are significantly easier. And then, of course, I also did a handful of Ultra Sun SOS hunts. I did, I finally got Cortana after 3 years. Because I wanted to do other hunts in that game, so I sat down and forced myself to finish that hunt. Then I did... What was my target? I got Togedemaru first, but that wasn't who I was looking for. Something in the area, though. It's Blush Mountain. It wasn't Grandpa. What did I hunt? I have to start a movie or some. Yeah, when the mic isn't on during these hunts, I have YouTube playing over. Well, you can't see where I'm pointing, but over here. What was I hunting? I got Togedemaru. Then I did. What was I hunting? I can't remember what it was that made me need to finish Kartana. But I finished Kartana, and then I hunted for something. I got Togedemaru first. Then I got my target. Can't remember what it was. And then I did Dhelmise, which is the worst SOS hunt in the game. It took me about 25 hours over a period of days, because I can only go for so many hours at a time before I get mad. So I'm just put in sleep mode. I got that. Then I did Stuffle. Got that in a couple hours. Then I did Turtonator. Got that in like an hour. Really, really fast. Then I did... I went to do Marini, And I got Shiny Corsola on the 4th encounter. So I had to start over. And it turns out that that's one of those SOSs where they attack each other. So it's hard to keep them from dying and ruining the chain. And so I stopped them reading. I do need to come back to it at some point, though. But what was my target? I did Bruxish. Bruxish. Because it's so ugly, I had to have it. You know what? I can check home. That's how I can find out. Because they should be my home by now. I know it wasn't Trampa, because Trampa got a Mega in ZA, and I did all the Mega Shiny in ZA, so it's not Trampa. What was it? Pokemon. Yeah, date added. Here we go. Gotta get through all the ZA. I put like $20 of Pokemon ZA, maybe more, into home. Come on. Okay, let's see. I guess it was those. Oh, I resetted that. Oops. Stuffle, Corsola, Turtonator, Dhelmise, Bruxish. Then I did LGM, Sigilif, and Maractus in Sword and Shield. Then I did Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree, Weedle, Cocoon, and Beedrill in Gold. Why do I feel like there's one more? Then I did Heatran and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. That didn't take too long. I did that in like a week of on and off hunting. Then I Mossada bred Kricketune. Fion, that was awful. That took, I think, 5,000 eggs. In Carnivine. I did Ice-Q and Sword and Shield. Yeah, I guess those are all my recent hunts. I feel like there's something missing for my Sword and Shield ones, though. It's like Turtonator, Stuffle, Dhelmise. Those are all cool shinies. I don't know that I like them enough that they single-handedly would have compelled me to do SOSs. But I don't see anything else in here that could correlate to... So it had to have been one of them. Let me just look through... Hold on. Not most disliked, just most forget. Oh, hold on a second. I missed... My sister and I were discussing what the most forgettable Pokemon in all franchise is. What would you pick? Most forgettable? I gotta be honest, LGM is pretty high up there. That's part of the reason I chose to shiny hunt it. Lickitung is pretty forgettable in my opinion. Nothing in Gen 2 is really forgettable. I think that's a pretty solid dex. Maybe Spoink in Gen 3. I feel like there's something I'm even more forgettable that I'm missing. Gen 4, that's a hard one because so much of that dex I don't like, so it's hard to judge. But I think Actually, I think Carnivine might be it. Gen 5, I think LGM. Or BHM, whatever the first stage is. Gen 6, I don't think has any forgettable ones. Because it's such a small dex that they all kind of stand out. No, I wouldn't have forgotten Quillfish. What is in Gen 6 that's forgettable? That's the problem. Gen 6 and 7 are such relatively small dexes that I don't think any of them are forgettable. Let me get back to you on those two. On Gen 8... probably Dot, whatever the regional bug is. And then Gen 9, probably not any of them. Mars Shadow, really? That's such a fan favorite. Yeah, I guess those were the only SOS hunts that I was interested in. So I didn't care about Kamala. I already had Trampa. I already had Kono'o. I already had Palisand, Lissapod, and Faye. I already had Shiinotic. I already had Araquanid. I already had 2 different Wishy-Washy. Bunch of different Lycanroc. All of the Orcorios, Vikavolt, Malamo, Toucannon. Yeah, I guess those were my SOS hunts for Gen 7. There's a couple more I still want to get. Like, I want to get a Yungoos. Pants, why are you licking that? Pants. Don't rick dirty washcloths. Okay. I stopped playing Pokemon around that time for a while. I stopped playing in the middle of Diamond Pearl because I didn't like them. Came back for Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and I loved them. And then I didn't play Black and White for a long time. I thought around that period that I was no longer into Pokemon. Oh, the Villager and Fossils, I shiny hunted all 4 of those. And those were rough hunts. I shiny hunted Dracovish first because it was kind of a meta pick and competitive, and I wanted to have one. And then, like, a year later, I did the other 3, just so I could have the whole set. At this point, though, I probably have most of the entire deck shiny. Like, from Bulbasaur to Celebi, I have every single one of those shiny and gold version, which can go into home. I've got almost all of Gen 3 Hoenn. Sinnoh would be the decks that I'm lacking the most because I hate those games. And Unova would be the next decks that I'm pretty light on shinies. I have every single Kalos shiny. Very close to every Alola shiny. Galar would be the 3rd least that I have. And I have almost all of Paldea. And I have most of the Hisui editions shiny. Oh, I love Hisui and Braviary. It's so much better than the original. Let's see, I got that shiny. I got Weirdeer. I got Cleavor. I got Voltorb and Electrode. I got Sneasel and Sneasler. I got Quillfish and Overquill. I don't have Basculin and Basculegion. I just hatched a Teddiursa shiny, like earlier this week. That will be a shiny Ursaluna. And I have the shiny Enamorus from the home gift. So I think Basculin and Basculegion are the only Hisui exclusives I don't have shiny. I got Hisui and Lilligant shiny. I forgot about that. See, now I gotta look. Alright, let's see. Weirdeer check. Cleavor check. Ursaluna soon to be checked. Sneasler check. Overquill check. Enamorus check. Hold on. Now let's do forms. Forms. PLA. What are you doing, Cerebi? Okay, let's see. Hisui, Growlithe, Arcanine check, Voltorb, Electrode check, Typhlosion check, Quillfish check, Sneasel check, Samurott check, Lilligant check, Zerul Zoroark check, Braviary check, Sliggoo, Goodra check, Avalugg, yes. So I have all of the regional forms also shiny. So just Basculin and Basculegion for Hisui. Now I'm going through each gen to see what I don't have. Let's see. Starting in Howling, because I have Gen 1 and 2 done. The entire Trico line, the entire Torchic line, the entire Mudkip line, the entire Poochyena line, the entire Zigzagoon line, all of the Wurmple line, all of Lotad, all of Seedot, all of Talo, all of Wingwell, all of Ralts, all of Surskit, all of Shroomish. I don't know about the Slakoth line. I had a shiny Slaking, but I don't know about the other one, so let's say no to Slakoth. Got the entire Nincada line, the entire Whismur line, the entire Makuhita line, Azurill, as well as Marill and Azurill. Nose Pass? I don't think so. Just got the Skitties. Sableye, yes. Mawile, yes. The Aggron line, yes. Medicham line, yes. Electric line, yes. Just did Plusle Minun. Volbeat and Illumise, no, but they are on my next to hunt list. The entire Roselia line. Don't think I have the Gulpin line. Sharpedo, yes. Don't think I have Wailord. Camerupt, yes. Torkoal, I need to do. The Spoink line, I need to do. Spinda, I need to do. Flygon line, yes. Cacturn line, yes. Altaria, yes. Zigzagoon, not Zigzagoon, Zangoose. Viper, yes. Need Lunatone Solrock. Need Barboach and Wishcash. The Crawdaunt line, yes. Need Baltoy and Claydol. I think I have Cradily and Ant Armado lines, but I'm not sure. On my Melodic lines, yes. Castform, no. Kecleon, yes. The Net, yes. Duskull, I don't think I have that line. Tropius, yes. Chimecho, yes. Absol, yes. Wynet, yes. Glalie, yes. Walrein, no. Clamperl, yes. Relicanth, yes. Luvdisc, no. Salamence, yes. Metagross, yes. Regirock, yes. I don't think Regice or Registeel. Latias and Latios, yes. Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Jirachi, and Deoxys, yes. So most of Hellwing. Maybe about a quarter that I need to do still. Okay, now this is going to be the one that I'm missing most. Sinnoh. Turtwig line. No. Chimchar line. I don't think so. Piplup line, no. Staraptor, yes. The Barrel, no. Kricketune, yes. Luxray, yes. Roserade, yes. Cranidos, no. Sheldon, no. Burmy, no. Combee, Vespiquen, yes. Pachirisu, no, but it's on my to hunt list. I think I have the Floatzel line. Cherim, no. Gastrodon, both colors are on my list. Ambipom, yes. Drifblim, yes. Lopunny, yes. Mismagius, yes. Honchkrow, yes. For Ugly, no. Chingling, yes. Skuntank, I think I have. Bronzong, yes. Bonsly, yes. Mime Jr., yes. Lapiny, I don't think so. Chatot, I don't think so. Spiritomb, maybe. Garchomp, yes. I have Snorlax, but I don't think I have Munchlax. Lucario line, yes. Hippo line, yes. The Drapion line, I think I have. Toxicroak, yes. Carnivone, yes. Luminion, I think I have. Mantike, no. Abomasnow, yes. Weavile, yes. Magnezone, yes. Lickilicky, no. Rhyperior, I think. Tangrowth, no. Electivire, yes. Magmortar, yes. Togekiss, yes. And Mega, yes. Leafeon, Glaceon, yes. Gliscor, yes. Mamoswine, yes. Porygon Z, yes. Gallade, yes. Probopass, no. Duskblur, no. Frostlass, yes. All Rotom forms, yes. Do not have Oopsie Mesprit as of. Yes to Dialga, Palkia, Heatran. No to Regigigas. Yes to Giratina. No to Cresselia. Yes to Fione. Technically, yes to Manaphy because there's a home distribution for it, but I'm going to hunt that myself as well. Darkrai, yes. Shaman, yes. And Arceus, yes. So more than I thought. Onto Unova, let's see. Victini, no. No one has that, legitimately. The Snivy line, I don't think so. Emboar line, yes. Samurott line, yes. The Patrat line, yes. The Lillipup line, no. Purloin, no. Pansage, Pansy, or Pampor lines have all those. Do not have the Munna line. Do not have the Pidove line. I may have the Blissel line. I have the Gigalith line. I think I have the Swoobat line. I have the Excadrill line. I have Aldino. The Conkeldurr, no. The Seismitoad, pretty sure. Salcanther, yes. The Leavanny line, yes. Scolipede, yes. Whimsicott, yes. Logan, yes. Basculin, no to both. Crocodile, yes. Darmanitan. I think no to the Unova form. I think yes to the Galar form. Maractus, yes. Crustle, no. Scrafty, yes. Sigilyph, yes. Calfigurus, yes. Caracosta and Archeops, no. Garbodor, many of those lines. Zorua and Zoroark, yes. Chinchino, I don't think so. Gothitelle, I don't think so. Ranunculus, I think. Swanna, yes. Vanillux, yes. I have all the Deerling and Sawsbucks. Emolga, yes. Escavalier, no. Amoonguss, yes. I need to do the Jellicent lines. Alomomola, no. Galvantula, I don't think so. I do need that. Ferrothorn, no. Pink Clang, yes. Electros, yes. BHM, yes. Chandelure, yes. Haxorus, yes. Beartic, no. Cryogonal, I don't think so. Excalibur, no. Stunfisk, yes. Mienshao, no. Trevagon, no. Golurk, yes. Bisharp, yes. Buffalant, no. Braviary, yes. Mandibuzz, no. Heatmore, no. Durant, no. Hydreigon, yes. Volcarona, yes. Rebellion, Terrakion, Verizon, yes. Tornadus, Thunderous, no. Reshiram, Zekrom, no. Lando, no. Kyurem, several of those. Yes, Keldeo, because of the home gift. Same for Meloetta and Genesect, yes. I have all of Kalos, so I'm not going to check. Lola. Let's see. I have Decidueye line, yes. Incineroar, no. Primarina, no. Toucannon, yes. Gumshoes, no. Vikavolt, yes. Abominable, yes. All the Oricorios, yes. Rabombi, yes. All the Lycanrocs, yes. 2 Wishiwashi, yes. Not Toxapex. Mudsdale, yes. Araquanid, yes. Lurantis, yes. Shiinotic, yes. Salazzle, yes. Beware, yes. Serena, no. Comfey, yes. Oranguru, Passimian, no. Lissapod, yes. Palisade, yes. Pyukumuku, no. No? Did I do Pyukumuku after I did the other one? The Sword and Shield one? Pink Urchin? I don't think so. Pyukumuku, no. Type Null, yes. Saval, yes. Minior, no. Kamala, no. Turbinator, yes. Togedemaru, yes. Mimikyu, yes. Bruxus, yes. Drampa, yes. Dalmaz, yes. Como, yes. All the Tapus. All of the Cosmog line. Nihilego's on the list. Buzzwole's on the list. Pheromosa's on the list. Zerkature's on the list. Celesteel's on the list. Kartana, yes. Vezel's on the list. Necrozma, yes. Magearna, yes. And Marshadow was not possible. God damn it. Let's see. Grookey line, no. Scorbunny line, yes. Sobble line, no. Squabbit line, no. Rookity line, yes. Blipbug, no. Nickit, yes. Gossifleur, I'm pretty sure. Wooloo, yes. Choodle, yes. Yamper, yes. Rollercola, yes. Alpin, yes. Silly Cobra, I know I had a shiny one. I don't know if I have the evolution. Cramorant, yes. Aracuda, no. Toxel, yes. Sizzlepede, no, but it's on the list. Clobbopus, yes. Sinistea, no. Hatina, yes. Impidimp, yes. Obstagoon, yes. Berserker, yes. Cursor, yes. Surfetch, yes. Mr. Mime, yes. Renovigus, yes. Milcery, yes. Phalanx, yes. Pink Urchin, yes. Snom, yes. Stone Journals on the list. Ice Cube, yes. No to both Entities. No to Morpeko. No to Cufant. All the fossils. Duraludon. Why can't I say the name? Duraludon, yes. I think I have the Dragapult line. Zacian, Xylazenta, yes. Eternatus, yes. Cub Food line is impossible. Zerud is impossible. Regieleki and Regidrago, no, but I am going back to hunt those soon. Last year, your Spectria, Calyrex are all not possible. And then Paldea. Okay, let's see. Sprigatito line, no. Fuecoco line, no. Quaxley line, no. Lechonk line, yes. Tarantula line, yes. Nimble line, yes. Palmy line, yes. Tandemaus line, yes. Family of 4 Maushold do not have shiny family of 3. Fido line, yes. Smoliv line, yes. All 4 Squawkabilly, yes. Nacli line, yes. Charcadet line, yes. Tablob line, yes. Washoe line, yes. Mastiff line, yes. Shriddle line, yes. had Shiny Bramblin and Bramblegast. I don't know if I still have that or not. I took it to my last VGC event, as a matter of fact. That Tennessee regional. So it's somewhere. Toadsquirrel, yes. Cloth, yes. Capsicum, yes. Redlord, yes. Little, yes. Tinkatink, yes. Wiglet, yes. Bombardier is on my list. Finizen, yes. Varoom, no. I think no. Cyclosaur, yes. Earthworm, yes. Limit, yes. Breevert, yes. Flamigo, yes. Cetabal's on the list. Veluza's on the list. Tadonto, yes. All three for the Toxic Fury, yes. Annihilate, yes. Clodsire, yes. Paragraph, yes. Both 2 and 3 segment Dunsparce, yes. King Gambit, yes. Every single Paradox Pokemon besides Walking Wake, Iron Leaves, and the DLC Paradoxes. Ridgerbacks, yes. Gimmighoul, yes. Well, all the Tablets of Ruin, Wochain, Chien-Pao, Tengu, Chiyu. Yes, because of the Yent. Koraidon, Miraidon, yes. Walking Wake, no. Iron Leaves, no. Dipplin, yes. Poltergeist, no. Okidogi, Monkidori, Pheasant, Dippity, no. Okerpon, no. Archaludon, yes. Hydrapple, yes. Gouging Fire, Raging Bolt, Iron Boulder, Iron Crown, no. Terrapogus, no. And Pekka no. So, that is the entire National Dex, what I do and do not have. So yeah, most of the decks I have done. Probably about a third that I don't. Sorry for going on. I know that took a little bit to get through. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. No shiny Deoxys in that whole spiel. Not a single thing shiny. What a shame. What's my battery at? 90%? Almost ready to get the 3DS back on. You know what? This is bothering me. I did it on the other source. Let's do it here. Webcam. Alt. Nope. Hold on. Wrong direction. Go. There we go. It's not exactly the same, but it'll do. I just don't like having this huge space above my head with nothing there. What you doing, pants? Come here. Oh, that's a big stretch. Come here. Come say hi. Come on. Hello, my boy. How are you? Mr. Finance. Where's your sister at? Oh, she's over in the bed. Okay. Hi. Come on. Oh boy. Sweet, sweet fancy. Sweet, sweet fancy. Oh, oh! What are you doing, bud? Come here. By the way, out of curiosity, I was wanting your opinion. I was planning on making a decent Golurk and was wondering if you thought Iron Fist or No Guard was a better ability to build around. I know the drawback of No Guard. So my answer is yes. My answer to that question is yes. I have a build for both. However, um, I can't check now because it's at home, but I'm pretty sure I have the same spread and nature for both. Only the ability and moves are different. I think I have them both running max HP, max attack, out of it nature. And then obviously Iron Fist gets Shadow Punch. Does he get Drain Punch? Whatever the applicable punch moves are. And then for No Guard, just the best power moves you can throw on him. But yes, I do have both, so. And Golurk has a Mega. I don't know what his Mega stats look like, though, so let me see. Because obviously, there's always the chance I'll have to rebuild. Mega... Where are you? Mega Golurk, here we go. Oh, hands. Let's see. 89 HP still, 159 attack, 105 defense, 70 special attack, 105 special defense, and 55 speed. So yeah, max HP, max attack looks like it's still the correct build for that. There's probably some nuance I'm missing there, but that's off the top of my head how I would run it. Mr. Pants, you're being so sweet. You clean your butt though. Ooh. I bet you though he gets I bet you he gets body press though. So you could do a no guard max HP max defense build with iron defense, body press. Does he get recover? Does he get recover pants? If he gets shadow sneak and recover, that's what I'll run. What does Golurk get? Let's find out. Golurk. Let's get to the Scarlet Violet moveset. Let's see. He gets Iron Defense. Oh. Shoot. No, okay, I didn't do that wrong. Does he not get, He does get Drain Punch. And he gets Ice Punch. He does get Body Press, so yeah. Either way could work. He doesn't get recover though. I'm wrong about that. Was his Drain Punch his only recovery option? Yeah, it looks like it is. He gets knockoff. Knockoff is so good though. I don't know if that's worth giving up. So maybe I would go I don't know, I think there's definitely some merit to Iron Defense, Body Press. He doesn't get Shadow Sneak? Wow, he doesn't have any priority. That sucks. Hold on, I'm just looking at his move list again one more time. Wow, okay. So on the fly, if I were doing a no guard set, man, here's the thing though. I mean, the only thing he really wants no guard for is Dynamic Punch. And I don't know that that's worth running on him. I guess you get their Stone Edge or Focus Blast, but there are better picks for those moves. So I guess I would run him on the fly off the top of my head. I would go Iron Fist, max HP, max attack. Sorry, max HP, max defense. And then I would give him Iron Defense, Heavy Press, Drain Punch, and Shadow Punch. I guess would be how I run that. Although I might just drop the thing is that gives him no stab. I don't know. I guess maybe Body Press is a gimmick set. Like if I were to do a third goal, like that's what I'd build around. So no, I guess I would go Iron Fist, give you Drain Punch, Shadow Punch, um, Fire Punch, and Earthquake. Thunder Punch is a good option, like Fire Punch or Thunder Punch, because he's weak to Ghost Resist Grass. He's weak to water, so Thunder Punch is good. He's weak to ice, so Fire Punch is good. He's weak to dark, which Drain Punch is good for. He's weak to ghost, which you don't. I guess Shadow Punch is super effective for that. So yeah, I guess that's a decent set. Let me see what mine. Let me see what mine runs. I mean, I am a believer that most Pokemon can be usable, especially because you're not playing competitive. So if you're just using it, in casual, fun, whatever, anything is usable. So to that end, use whatever you want. But that Iron Fist set I just told you about is what I would run. But I'm double checking right now just to see what I have. Gen 5, here we are. Any idea what new ability he would get? I don't think it's confirmed yet. We know some of the new Mega abilities, but I don't think we know his. Alright, here are my Golurks. Let's see. Okay, so... Alright, so here's my first competitive Golurk. It is Adamant Nature, so plus attack, minus special attack. I have almost the exact set I suggested. I don't know why I'm running Ice Punch, though. I've got Earthquake, Shadow Punch, Dream Punch, Ice Punch. That should probably be swapped for... Fire Punch, I think. So that's my first go arc. And then... Oh, this is my ZA go arc. So his move pool doesn't matter. How do I have him built? But he's also adamant max attack, max HP, so this would probably be the Nilgard one when I finally build it. Any idea? Oh, you already asked me that question. Let me just check. I don't think... What the hell? Oh, that's what happened. I am so clue. I don't think his ability has been confirmed yet. Let me just double check. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I don't see an ability for him yet. It'd be neat if he got something pretty good, though. The thing is, with that, a 55 speed, he's just not doing much. He's gonna have to be a bulky bruiser. With 89 HP, he's not taking a lot of hit. I mean, he's got 105 on both sides, so that's not terrible as far as bulk goes, but I'm willing to bet he won't get a new ability. I'm willing to bet he'll keep Iron Fist, honestly. I mean, we'll know in a week, right? We'll know Wednesday. Battery's at 94. It is almost time to get this 3DS back on. You know, if he got something fun like adaptability, that'd be so disgusting. I wouldn't mind if he got Scrappy, though. I don't know that he needs Scrappy, though. Because that would only let him hit normal types with his ghost type moves. And if you're running Drain Punch and Earthquake, you don't really need it. So maybe not Scrappy. Adaptability would be so much fun, though. But yeah, I can see him keeping Iron Fist as a Mega. Huge, huge power on the 159 attack stat would be ridiculous, but that would be fun too. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get huge power, but. I really want to see Mega Heatran get Earth Eater. That would be such a amazing ability for him to get. He won't get that. I think he's going to keep Flash Fire, but if he got Earth Eater, that would be just wonderful. With my luck, they'll give him Slow Start. No, they won't give him Slow Start. They're not going to give anyone else Slow Start or Truant. Here's the thing. At this point, Regigigas has been power crept so much that he doesn't even need Slow Start anymore to keep him balanced. Let me look at these new Megas. Like, what am I the most excited for? Because like I said, we know a handful of their abilities. Like, I think it's confirmed that Raichu X gets Electric Surge. We're pretty sure Clefable is getting Magic Bounce. Although I've heard rumors of it getting Misty Surge, which would be weird because it's a flying type as a Mega, so it wouldn't benefit from it. Victory Bell, I would love to see Victory Bell get Corrosive. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Starmie, I don't know, man. It gets such a weird boost. It gets 140 in attack and 130 in special attack. I just don't know. Dragonite has Multiscale, Meganium has Mega Soul, Froggator has Dragon Eyes, Skarmory. I don't know what Skarmory would get. Weak Armor, that'd be funny. Mega Chimecho. Man, I don't know. What the hell does this thing want to do? It's got 110, 120 on the bulk, but only 75 HP. And 135 special attack, but I just don't know. How about Infiltrator? That'd be fun. Mega Absol Z, I can't even imagine. Staraptor has, I guess there's reason to believe it's getting Contrary, which would be just busted. Garchomp Z, did I see Sharpness somewhere? I think Garchomp Z gets Sharpness. I'm not 100% sure on that. I've been hearing a lot about Lucario Z getting Prankster, and that would be so wasted on him. Frostlass gets Snow Warning. We don't know what Heatran gets yet, but God, I would love for her to get Earth Eater. Mega Darkrai is getting, apparently, like a stronger version of its Bad Dreams ability, but I don't know enough about it. Emboar is getting Mold Breaker. Excadrill gets Piercing Drill, which hits through Protect for a quarter damage. I bet Scolipede keeps Speed Boost. You love you some Prankster. I love Prankster too. Don't waste it on Lucario Z. It needs something better. Scrafty. You know what? Give Scrafty Scrappy. So it could hit. Well, it's got Dark though, so I guess it doesn't need fighting to hit ghost types. Give it huge power. Huge power on a 130 attack, but 68 speed is such garbage. Electros, probably keeps Levitate, honestly. Mega Chandelure, I don't know. The Lurk, don't know. Chestnut gets Bulletproof. Delphox gets Levitate. Mega Greninja is getting Protean. Pyroar is getting this new ability that just gives its fire type moves a 50% boost. No idea what flow it's going to get. Meowstic. Oh. I was going to say an ability that lets a set trick rumor comes out, but that's up 120 for speed, so that'd be such a waste. Malamar, no idea what Malamar's getting, but I would love to see it get Contrary. Barbarackle, no idea. Dragalge, get Corrosive. If Dragalge gets Corrosive, I'll be so happy. Palucha, I don't know. Mega Zygarde, I can't even begin to imagine what it'll have. Something crazy. Prankster saved my boy Sableye. Well, okay, look, Prankster on Sableye is fantastic, though. So, like, Sableye is a great use case for Prankster. Abominable is getting, Did we see Contrary for Abominable too, I think? Lissapod's getting Tough Claws. People think Drampa is getting Drizzle. I could see it. Yo, Perfect Thunders and Hurricanes would be amazing. Pretty sure McGinn is going to keep Soul Heart. Pretty sure Zeraora is going to keep Volt Absorb. I don't know what Phalanx would get. Scovillain gets this new ability, it's a really weird one, where if it gets hit by an attack, it burns the attacker. And it's currently unsure. It's a guarantee burn. but I don't know if it's a contact attack, like from contact, like Flame Body, or if it's just any attack. Well, he's such a bad Pokemon, it's not going to be good. I've heard rumors about Glamora getting Levitate. Baxcalibur's getting something like Thermal Exchange? I've never heard of that. I gotta go back and look. And then I can't imagine what Tatsugear gets. It'd be so funny if we got Commander again, though. Oh, Thermal Exchange is its natural ability. Boost the attack stat when Pokemon hit by a fire type move. Pokemon cannot be burned. Hold on, what? Baxcalibur is not something I've ever. I have some competitive Baxcalibur, but I've never used it. Thermal Exchange is busted, you know? What's its Mega Stats? 115 HP. Well, it has 115 HP anyway. 175 attack, 117 defense, 105 special attack, 101 special defense, and 87 speed. That's actually not awful. This thing is gross. Man, I can't wait till Champions comes out. I'm so excited. Oh, still no shiny Deoxys, though. We're going into the 5-hour mark. However, we are just about to the point where I can get the 3DS back on screen, so at least we'll have a little bit of change up here. Is there going to be a story mode? No, it doesn't look like there's any kind of single-player campaign, unfortunately, so you know, it is what it is. Yeah, Champions is looking to be a purely competitively driven game. So, if that's not your cup of tea, if you're not even like interested in trying out that scene, that aspect of the game, I would just skip it. I mean, it's free to play, so there's no harm. Like you're not losing anything by trying it. But if you're not interested in competitive at all, I don't think you're gonna get anything out of it. Why does it sound like my roommates are up? I guess Kevin could just be getting home from work. I'll still gladly watch people play. I find it fascinating. I just hope the meta doesn't become three Pokemon running this. Look, meta. Here's the problem with competitive Pokemon is, I guess you see it. No, you still see it pretty bad in current gen. There's always like 4 very centralized Pokemon, and then like 2 variables that you can slot in. But it's still like 10 Pokemon that ever really at the very top of the meta. Like right now, Calyrex Shadow is like the premier Pokemon. Every team runs it basically. Ogerpon is fantastic. I'm not as up. So here's the thing: like I'm speaking purely from my own observations and reading, because like I said, I am not currently in the meta. But like, Calyrex Shadow's busted. Ogerpon is pretty fantastic. Incineroar is arguably the best VGC Pokemon to have ever existed. Amoonguss is you know, forever good. Rillaboom is pretty meta. Basculegion's doing pretty good. Ursaluna, both Blood Moon and regular are both mainstays. Sneasler is... I don't know if Sneasler's top 10, but it's also pretty fantastic. But yeah, so like you're going to see some variation of those Pokemon on basically every highest tier team. Obviously, with these new Megas, that's going to change. But, you know, things like Salamence are going to stay. Mega Salamence was good from the start, it's going to stay good. Kangaskhan, even after its nerf, it was still pretty good. And it's looking like... So this is the crazy part, right? So, when Megas were introduced, in Gen 7 as well, so Gen 6 and 7, the way turn order went was, if anyone switches Pokemon, the switch happens before any Megas. Mega Evolving. Now, your Pokemon Mega Evolve first, and then switching happens. So, if you're running Mega Gengar has Shadow Tap. So, if you run Mega Gengar and Mega Evolve turn 1, any Pokemon that tries to switch out the first turn, it seems like they'll be trapped. And the consensus is like split 50-50. Gengar's either going to be the best new Mega or just awful. There's like no middle ground for it, but that's crazy. But it also, for weather setters, that's also going to be a big deal. Because previously, whenever you would send in your weather Pokemon, if both players sent out a weather Pokemon at the same time, you'd want to be slower than your opponent. Because weather sets based on speed, so you throw out a Groudon and a Kyogre. Whoever's the faster one will set up their weather. Like, so let's say Groudon is faster. Groudon will set its sun, and then Kyogre will set its rain, so getting rid of the sun. Now, if switching happens before Mega Evolving, you'll have, let's say, Politoed and Mega Charizard Y. You got Mega Charizard Y to start, and Politoed, your opponent has Politoed in the back. They switch into Politoed. No, hold on. I'm doing this backwards. I mean, I guess it still works. So let's say your opponent has Politoed in the back, and you have Mega Charizard Y as your lead. Your Charizard Y, as soon as it Mega Evolves, will set up Sun. And then your opponent will switch, the switch will happen, and Politoed will come in, and then immediately get rid of that Sun with its Drizzle. So, there's going to be a lot of nuance to this new mechanic. And I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. But I also think Megas... So I think the best era of competitive was Gen 7, when you had Z-moves and Megas. And so, I mean, I've always liked Megas. I love Gen 6 competitive. It was such a refreshing part of the game. And then Gen 7 was just, in my opinion, apparently Gen 7 was the least popular generation of competitive since generational gimmicks have been a thing in Gen 6. But Gen 7 was my jam. I loved it. But I'm just glad Megas are back. I'm so glad Megas are back. I really hope Silvalley's in the game. It probably won't be at launch, but I hope it's added soon. And of course, there's not only VGC. Like VGC is the official format of competitive one. But Smogon is the most popular format. And some people tell you that Smogon's bad, that it's, because it's unofficial, it's crap. But Smogon has different competitive tiers. where certain Pokemon are banned from lower tiers because they're too good or too overused, so they have to be used in higher tiers. And what that does is it allows Pokemon that otherwise would never have viability to be usable in different tiers. Like, my favorite Mega of all time is Mega Glalie. It's not a great Mega, but it's my favorite Mega. And it's obviously not usable in the highest level of the meta. But in Smogon, it has a pretty strong niche, or it had a pretty strong niche in one of the lower tiers. And I liked that, playing that tier. I think it was, so the way Smogon tiers work is their main tier is OU, overused. That's where most of the meta is, right? And then they have underused for things that are used less than the overused. Then there's rarely used, never used, PU, which I guess is like a joke naming. I don't know what PU stands for, but I think the name is a joke for like PU, it stinks. And then I think there's even a ZU for like zero usage tier. And then above OU, there's Ubers, which are like obviously just where they're really super. Your Mega Rayquazas, your Ultra Necrozmas, that's where that shit goes. And I think Ubers, I can't remember. I think Ubers also doubles as anything goes. So in that tier, you can just use anything you want. So as far as those tiers go, at least when I played the most competitive in Gen 7, Mega Glalie was an RU, rarely used. And I used it along with Lycanroc and Silvally. Those were like my core. And I loved this Pokemon so much. But they had no viability in VGC, and they had no viability in upper tiers. So by having them in a lower tier, they actually have a way to use them. And so Smogon's actually really good for that aspect of competitive Pokemon. You really can use your favorites in those formats. You know, someone somewhere is using Kricketune, even though it's garbage. Someone's using it. Someone's using Butterfree. Someone's using Jinx. You know, so. I don't personally play in OU or Ubers because it's all over, in my opinion, it's over centralized toxic shit. But the lower tiers are the most fun. Like, they even have like what's called like a little cup tier, where you can only use the lowest stage of a Pokemon. So like your Charmanders, your Riolus, your Fampies, right? And they're set to level 5. And it's so different because stat calcs and stat distributions are so strange at level 5 that what you think you know at level 50 level 100 just doesn't apply. And so it's lots and lots of fun. If you ever want to try out just casual competitive Pokemon, go to Pokemon Showdown and give it a shot. It's an entire free simulator. It's all everyone who plays competitive uses Showdown for team building, for battle simulations, for everything. It's amazing. Okay, so you do know about Showdown. Okay, you're aware of it. Okay, I feel kind of dumb explaining Showdown, but every now and then someone just doesn't know. Oh yeah, there's this one YouTuber who's his entire career is meme teams. Is it Ray something? Oh, who is it? Temp6, that's who it is. Temp6T has the funniest meme teams and trolling videos. Yeah, that's the one. I wonder how many throws they took. Oh yeah, I'm sure he goes through a bunch of losses to curate the wins, but you know what? They're really funny, and the way people rage during those matches is what makes it worth it, in my opinion. People, you get those players who are so up on like their high horse, and they get brought down and just thrashed, and it's just hilarious and so satisfying to watch. Oh, hold on. Yeah. I need a binge. Hey, look, it's a good way to waste your time. In fact, am I subbed to him? I'm not. Hold on, I gotta sub to him. I don't know how I'm not already subscribed to him, but now I am. It's going on 4:30. I am 5 hours deep into the stream. This might in fact be the longest I've ever streamed. Have you ever done? Oh yeah, I've done several Nuzlockes. I'm not great at them. I'm kind of a salty loser. But yeah, I know what Nuzlocke are. I've attempted them. My very first attempted Nuzlocke ever, I lost like right away. I do have. So I have a randomized egg lock going on Sacred Gold. It's a difficulty ROM hack, and it's hard. I get my shit rocked pretty regularly, but I'm still in it. I'm only. It's been a while since I played it. I think I'm 4 badges deep into the egg lock. I tried to do a Nuzlocke of Crystal Clear. I like to Nuzlocke the ROM hacks because those are completely new experiences. And I was doing so poorly, I got so mad at Crystal Clear that I rage quit and just stopped. Speaking of ROM hacks, if you're gonna play any Pokemon ROM hack, Crystal Clear is my top rated one. It's an open world ROM hack of Pokemon Crystal with all the entire map completely available from the start. You can choose any town as your starting town with I think 15 different starters to pick from, or you can choose a custom starter. And there's so much additional content that the creator has included that it's almost an entirely new game. I've played through it twice, and I still haven't seen everything there is to see. And it's still being updated to this day. There are obviously other pretty notable ROM hacks out there, but Crystal Clear is my favorite. No, I've never played with Infinite Fusions. I watched Shady Penguin, and he did some Infinite Fusions for a while, but that's not something I've done. Have you done? It's not really big anymore, but last year, year before, Pokeroad was a huge deal. That was a lot of fun. I still play around with that sometimes. You still love Pokeroad? Okay, yeah. Pokeroad was a lot of fun. It's another one of those games where I get mad and I rage quit a lot, but I do like it. I wish I hadn't been on streaming hiatus when that game was big, because I would have loved to have streamed that. I mean, I always could now, right? But its heyday is coming on. I tend to use broken themes these days. Ultra Beasts are pretty busted on the game. I don't think I've ever gotten an Ultra Beast. I can't think of what my best Pokemon is currently in my roster. Okay, so my laptop is charged enough now that I'm comfortable getting the 3DS going again. So I'm going to unplug here, plug this back in, pull up the software. Aha! And then we're going to go to Dual Hunt. Hey, we're back. Look at that. Isn't that exciting? Why does my camera look weird, though? Hold on, I gotta fix one more thing. There, it's that. Alright, so we are back at the Dual Hunt. Because of how stat buffs last between battles, most Ultra Beasts tend to... Yeah, I bet they do. I bet they're just busted. My favorite YouTuber, Shady Penguin, had a pretty solid run going with Ash Greninja, and that was a lot of fun. If you're ever looking for good Pokemon content, and not just like vanilla Pokemon content, but like ROM hacks and stuff, Shady Penguin is the dude. He's the one who got me into this whole part of the scene. I first discovered him through, oddly enough, he was playing the ROM hack of Soul Silver called Storm Silver, which is the opposite of Sacred Gold. They're both difficulty ROM hacks made by the same guy. And he's the one who did the first Egglocke I ever discovered. And that's what got me into his channel and got me into the whole Pokemon community. And so he has such a fantastic history with mostly Pokemon, but other games too. And he's my favorite content creator of all time. Like, he's been doing this series with other content creators for a long time called Then We Battle, where both players have to basically blindly pick their teammates based on descriptions and stuff that the other person gives them. And it's lots of fun. If I do end up getting the shiny Pikachu, I do have right here where you can see it better. But just for the sake of the purpose of the dual hunt, I have it like this. I know you said it's kind of small, but I believe you did raid battles with another YouTuber. I did raid battles? With a YouTuber? I don't remember that. And I feel like I would remember if I collabed with another YouTuber because I'm so small by comparison to everyone else. I'm trying to think. So I haven't streamed Scarlet and Violet in over a year. I guess I could go back and look. And that was mostly shiny hunts. It wasn't in voice call or anything. I mean, it's possible, maybe with another smaller creator, that like from Discord or something. But I don't, off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody. I did do some shiny hunts together with people, like my brother and some other people in the call. But I mean, yeah, that's more likely that it was a follower because I genuinely can't think of any YouTuber of any size that I would have collabed with. I mean, I can think of one, but we haven't really talked much about working together in a while, so. And he's more of the a competitive player than casual, so. But hey, let it be said, I am perfectly happy to collab with other creators. I did try to set up, so I don't know how much of this I should talk about because it involves Alejandro. So before Alejandro and I had our falling out and stopped speaking, I had planned to go down to Texas to visit him for a while last year, while my boss was on vacation. Because again, I had to take my vacation time while he's on vacation. So I was going to go down to Texas and see him for a couple weeks. And while I was down there, I was working on a collab with another creator, who she does Pokemon stuff, among other games too. And we were talking about maybe setting up a Soul Link Nuzlocke, where two people play the same game together, like the opposite versions, and then their teammates are linked together. So like if you lose one, your opponent loses their corresponding one. And if one's in your party, your partner has to have the corresponding Pokemon in the party. Anyway, we were talking about doing that. But and I don't remember exactly what happened, but it kind of fell through. She has a bad habit of disappearing off the internet for weeks and months at a time. And so by the time that trip was coming up, I hadn't heard back from her in a while, and so I just assumed it wasn't happening. And then stuff came up, and I wasn't able to fly down and see Alejandro either. So that just never happened. But I was very excited for that for a while. I thought that was happening. It would have been really cool, but it is what it is. No, I figured that was your sister. I would love to do something like a Soul Link, but the problem is, now that Alejandro and I aren't speaking anymore, it's really hard to find people to play games with. That's why I've joined this Discord community to try to network a bit more and branch out. You know, I am too. I genuinely, I don't even know what happened between us. I suspect I know what happened. I'm not sure if he's talked to you about it, and I don't need to know. It's not my business what you guys discuss. But I suspect I know what caused our falling out, and you know, it's his life. That's his choice. I will respect that. So, but it does suck because he was my best friend for almost 20 years. So, and I don't have any bad feelings, any ill feelings towards him whatsoever. It is what it is. Yeah, so it's complicated. When he came to town for Nick's wedding, and that was a whole other thing. That whole situation actually really hurt me because I didn't even know Nick was getting married until the last minute. He never said anything to me. He never reached out to me. Fine, I don't hold the grudge for that either. But Alejandro came for the wedding, and we hung out. And I don't want to talk specifics, but there was a very big event that happened that was like national news for weeks that happened back in September. And we had a very fundamental disagreement about the ethics and the right and wrong of that situation. And just a discussion about the country and how society is. And I didn't say anything that I thought was racist. I don't think so. But I understand why he would feel that way because of his situation. Obviously, I'm not going to go into what his situation is, but you know the situation. But we did discuss those issues, and I guess maybe it came across as me not being on his side, and that was never the case. But I'm not gonna force him to. If he feels hurt and that he can't trust me anymore, that's fine. Yeah, no, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I would never dream of asking you or anyone else to take sides. That's silly. That's childish. We're all adults here. But if that is how he perceived that situation, I am sorry. I didn't mean for it to come across that way, but I totally understand that he would feel that way, and I respect his decision. Like I said, I still love him. I have nothing but respect for the dude, his whole family. I love them all, but his decision is his decision. So. The hell was that? I don't know where that sound just came from. I understand feeling about Nick's wedding. It makes me feel better. It was very short notice. Like I said, it hurt my feelings in the moment. I wasn't so much hurt that. I mean, it did hurt me that I wasn't informed or invited. But I was more hurt realizing that maybe not we, but I had drifted apart from everyone. And realizing he was getting married, that he had found a partner, he was getting married, having a wedding, and it made me realize that I just haven't been a very good friend. And so it's not his fault at all. It's entirely my own shortcomings. So again, I got no bad feelings towards him. I'm very, very happy for him. I hope that whole situation's going well. But, in the moment I was feeling sorry for myself, but it's perfectly fine now. Yeah, I was under the impression that it happened pretty fast because, I remember finding out on Facebook of all things that he was dating somebody, and then I remember asking Alejandro about it shortly after finding out, and he's like, "Yeah, they're engaged." And I'm like, Wait, what? But you know what? That works for some people, you know? So, you know, I'm very happy for them. Actually, you know, on that subject, I'm more than happy. I was really worried. Like, you know, when I first met Nick and you, Nick was still a very, you know, kind of sheltered and, you know, repressed person. And I thought he would genuinely never open up enough to meet somebody. So, I was genuinely very happy to be wrong about that. It was always how I imagined Nick would find a relationship, honestly. I don't even know how they met. I'm assuming it must have been through church. Church or work. Because there's like, you know, the two big things. And it's not my business. Like, obviously, you don't have to dish on Nick. I just, you know. Write a book club? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Back up. Back up. Hold on. The fact that Geo was a giant tool, notwithstanding for the moment, I would have loved to be in a write a book club. That part is more upsetting than anything else. A write a book club, that hurts my heart so bad. A write a book club, god damn it. That's so messed up. I mean, I wouldn't have been a part of that club anyway because I can't stand Geo, but, you know, to each their own. But that sounds like such a cool club to be in. Every November, he would take a month off work to try writing a book, and it was hell at Geo's that year. Yeah, so I know about the November thing. I know about NaNoWriMo. I used to participate in that too. But I mean, hey, good for him. I'm willing to bet that book didn't pan out though, because I know how Nick is with his writing. I'm willing to bet that book didn't go anywhere. If it did, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I'd be so happy for him. But his wife was a friend of his roommate Jared. Wife, who was also writing a book there. Okay, so a friend of a friend. That makes sense. But man, a write a book club. I'm so jealous of that. I would love to be part of a write a book club. Like out of that whole story, the marriage, everything, the club is the only part I'm jealous of. Hey, look, I know from reading. I mean, obviously, you know, it's been a few years now since Nick and I have hung out. But I know from reading some of his old work, and I know from some of his writing habits, unless they've changed, that Nick's not good at finishing projects. So I'm assuming that project didn't go anywhere. But I can't be overly critical because everyone who tries to write goes through that, where they have projects that they start and don't finish, in periods where they just don't write at all. Like I'm going through a bit of a phase right now where I just can't seem to get any writing out. It's always here in my mind. I'm always thinking about it at every waking moment. But sometimes I just can't get stuff out. But I have written several books. You know, I have finished 7 or 8 books. I'm probably never going to do anything with them, but I have written them. shoot, that was the wrong button. You know, for the record, I'm just gonna put it out there. I do miss the hell out of you guys. Just saying. I know I'm a very difficult person to be friends with. I'm difficult to hang out with, but I do miss you guys. Didn't have a passion. Hey, I get that. You know, it still would have been cool to be there, though. I think, just for like the camaraderie. I've actually been working on, you know, speaking of our old group and all that, I have been working on, I might have mentioned this last time we talked, I've been working on putting together a magic, a cube specifically for, like, drafting with friends. Of course, I don't have any of those friends to draft with, but I've been working on it for a while. Based on specifically the Shadowmoor and Eventide sets of Magic. Hey, and I appreciate you coming to the come to the streams. That means a lot to me. It is just about 5 a.m. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. Like, I've been wanting to draft Magic for a very long time, right? But I wasn't interested in any of the sets, except for the recent Lorwyn set. I bought a whole bunch of that. Unfortunately, most of it came out. The quality of the cards was just trash. So I spent a few $100s on a couple booster boxes and some fat packs. But like they just felt like rough cardboard for the most part. I hated it. But it really got me into wanting to draft. And I'm like, well, I don't want to go out and buy a bunch of old packs that are going to cost 60, 70 bucks a pack. So I'm like, well, I could buy singles of the two sets I want, like a playset of each, and make my own cube of those two with just those two sets. And so I've been working on that for the last few months. I bought a lot of Final Fantasy too. I bought a lot of Final Fantasy. I think I bought almost 2 booster boxes worth. Not at once. I bought individual packs. I should have just bought the booster boxes. And I even spent money on Final Fantasy in Arena. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any of the secret layers. I really wanted the Final Fantasy secret layers and the Sonic the Hedgehog secret layers, but the money just wasn't there. I had stuff going on. But from what I pulled from Final Fantasy, I pulled some of the top best cards. The best pulling luck I've ever had in Magic. The only thing I didn't get that I wanted was the Buster Sword. But I pulled several Vivis, I pulled, some Kujas. And I do have a deck I've been workshopping, but it's one of those things like I'll build it, but I'll never use it kind of things. I've been slowly building my Vivi deck with Alejandro help to make it better over time. It's pretty, yeah. Vivi is a crazy card, dude. I'm assuming you mean Commander, right? Yeah. See, that's another thing. Like, I want so badly. Well, here's the thing. I mean, you remember because you played with me. I'm not. If you remember, Niall and I both kind of had the same problems. Like, we were both kind of sore losers. I wasn't as bad as Niall was, but I was a pretty sore loser, and I was a sore winner. And I was very toxic when I was competitive. It's like I really want to play Magic again with people, but I don't want to go through that kind of headspace anymore. Like, I know it's a weakness of mine, so I don't want to do that. But I do miss playing. And so I thought, well, maybe I'll go to some FNMs. Well, I can't do that because I work every Friday night. And I'm not... Some of my other coworkers, they'll use their paid time off to go to concerts or stuff, or cruises. I can't justify to myself using my PTO like that. I have to use it appropriately. I could get away with it, but it just feels wrong for me to do that. But I have been taking that energy, that desire to play, and channeling it into developing my card game. You know, and that's kind of. I do have the first, like, I guess the alpha set workshopped. And I do need to get out there and try to find people to playtest it with me, but, you know, that is coming along. But I don't think I want to make it a TCG. I think I want to make it a CCG instead. I started buying a couple Pokemon packs to open with my sister since she's got into collecting. You know, my old roommate Kenny. I don't know. I don't know if you guys ever got to meet Kenny. He was a mutual friend of me and Alejandro's. I think he might have joined us once or twice for Magic. I can't remember. But my old roommate Kenny was really into collecting Pokemon cards too. So he would buy like 2 or 3 their equivalent of fat packs like every week. He was really into it. I guess they don't call them fat packs anymore. They're called bundle boxes or something like that. Anyway, yeah, he would buy a handful of Pokemon's versions of those every week when we lived together. And even though I didn't care about Pokemon cards, we would still get together at the table in the living room and bust those packs, and it was lots of fun. There's just something really satisfying about busting packs, you know? But see, with my game, there won't really be pack busting. But I still want my game to have the draft and sealed formats. But and so you could still emulate pack busting, but there won't be packs per se. I think I want it so that you buy a set and you get the entire set. You know. And obviously there will be expansions, but each expansion will be one consolidated set, so you don't have to bust packs hoping for a specific card at a specific rarity. But I'm still workshopping it so that way, even within a set, there will be different rarities. So if you want to draft them, you can do so. I just think there's something appealing to that kind of card game. Yeah, no, it's very fun to have someone to share a hobby with, for sure. Can't remember what the theme snake is. I played one of those. Yeah. Because, you know, when I was first workshopping the game, R&Ding the game, I thought I was going to offer the TCG model. And that's where the money really is. Like, if I was interested in the money, right? If I was interested in it becoming a huge phenomenon and all that. But I don't really care about that. It's just a passion project. So I think it's just more appealing to work on a completed card game. You know, so the alpha set would have like, let's say 400 cards, and you know it would come with like 4 of the commons, 3 uncommons, 2 rares, right? Or 3, 2, 1. And then you can, with those, you can draft packs like you would normally. But you would never be like, oh, well, I didn't get the super rare card, and I have to go out and buy packs. You'll always have the entire set right there to work with. No, I figured there was some autocorrect stuff going on there. And the way custom drafting would work in my game, the packs would be packs of 6, with 1 rare, 2 uncommons, and 3 commons. And then you would draft from 5 packs. And no, hold on, I think I did the math there wrong. It would be 7 cards. It would be 1 rare, 2 uncommons, and 4 uncommons. And you would draft from 5 packs. Because you build decks of 30. Well, 31. Because you do need your character card. But, it's so, you know, you would have enough of every rarity of card to do those drafts comfortably. And I was thinking, you know, obviously, you know, your first set's kind of just a hodgepodge of what you're throwing together, right? No real theming. But I was thinking, if I do like expansions to the game down the road, I would love to do expansions based on my own books, like the universes of my books. And so I've been kind of tinkering away with cards in those expansions as well, just for fun. But obviously, we're talking about a project that's years and years from being even like publicly ready for anyone to get their hands on. But it's a lot of fun to work on my downtime. I'm glad you think so. Well, you know, you think you have everything worked out until people play it, and then that's when you start having people stress testing and really seeing how far you can push things. But I think I have the rules and the format of the game basically set in stone. I've got a game mat design. I've discussed it with some people on some subreddits and Discord, and some people don't like the dice mechanic. So I've discussed it with you a little bit before, but not super in detail. There's no mana system in my game, or okay, I guess there's technically a mana system. There's no color wheel in my game. What you have as a mana system are a pair of dice that you use, and what you roll each turn is your 2 mana values. The mana value you can play during your turn, and then the mana you can play during your opponent's turn. Your active and reactive phases. As well as a small bank or battery where you can store mana. When I was reviewing this with some groups, a lot of people didn't like the dice part. They're like, that sounds like too much RNG. It's too much luck. And I'm like, I mean, I guess, but I like it. I think it's really clever. So, I'm not changing that. Like, that's how it's gonna be. See, now that I'm talking about it, I really want to work on it, but I'll do that. I'll work on it tomorrow at work while I have downtime. Card drawing has always been RNG in card games from... Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. And obviously, there will be ways to modify your dice rolls as well. You know, like there. So it's hard to think of parallels to other card games. Like think of like enchantments and magic. I have something called augmentations, and one type of thing you can augment are your dice rolls. You know, and so the starter decks that I'm developing, both have what is effectively a dice plus one effect. So while that augment is in play, all resource rolls, that's what the dice rolls for mana are called every turn, get +1/+1 to their value for both players. So like if you roll a 3 and a 5, you actually get a 4 and a 6. But it also affects your opponent, so it could be a double-edged sword. So what time is it now? It is just past 5 a.m. We're about 6 hours into the stream, and I've got 80% of my laptop battery. So here's how it's going to go. I'm going to continue the hunt until my laptop is just about at 10% again. That should give me about 2 hours. Because I'd like to go until 7. And I think I can get to about 7 with my current battery. I think that's where I'm going to cut it for the night. Damn it, talking about card game stuff really makes me want to work on my game. In fact, it's right up there. It's right up there above my head. I don't know what that sound is I keep hearing. It sounds like a very bass strumming. There it was again. And it's not coming from my mic, because I can see my sound levels. There it goes again. I wonder if it's just where the music's cutting off at resets. I think that might be what that sound is. I was hearing it last night too, and I couldn't figure it out. I think that must be what it is. Because I'm watching the stream as well, listening to it in one ear. And I think I'm just resetting at the moment a certain sound is playing. Yeah, I think that's gotta be what it is. But I'm getting it consistently now. Like whenever I reset, like right as Deoxys is appearing. It's one of those sounds where if I didn't have earbuds on, I probably wouldn't even notice it. I'm not noticing anything beyond computer beeps and boops like the sound of Deoxys. Yeah, no, I think it's so when it goes doo 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 and it goes bop 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 bop. I think that first boop is hold on, let me put in my live audio. Hold on. Alright, so now I'm hearing live as it's playing. That da 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 da. That right there. That I think I'm resetting it right as it goes da da da, and that first da. I think that's the sound I'm hearing. I hate this hack that you can hear my buttons clicking. I cannot wait till my new mic gets here. It was supposed to be here today, but well, Thursday, but it didn't show up. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what that sound is. I'm pretty sure. Damn it. My brain may be filtering it out at this point. I'm listening more than anything to tell the telltale sound of the shot. Yeah, that's fair. Like I said, if I didn't have it going repeatedly over and over again with an earbud in, I wouldn't notice it either. And if it wasn't a sound I was already familiar with hearing from the last couple of streams where I noticed it, it would be completely forgettable. I always get worried when I'm self-resetting that I'll burn muscle memory into my brain and reset a shiny. Dude, it's never happened to me, but it happens to people all the time. That's why my hands physically aren't on the controls. I've got the controller on my left leg. I've got my 3DS on my right leg. And I can't mistakenly reset over it. I mean, that means obviously I'm not resetting as quickly as I possibly could, but that prevents me from doing exactly that. I think I would die inside watching it slip away from me in that particular way. I'm trying to think. I was watching someone shiny hunt something that they really cared about. What? Oh, so I was watching. I can't think of his name, but he was the guy who made me want to get shiny Turtonator because it was like his favorite shiny. And he would stream. This was a video. I wasn't watching it for streams, but I was watching his video covering that whole hunt. And it was a hunt he did over months. And he would show some of his other hunts in that video. And one of them, he was soft resetting. He used like a cheat device to remove the shiny locks from the totems in Sun and Moon, so he could in Ultra Sun and Moon, because you can get the totems in the Ultra games. So he used a cheating device, and I don't mind. I'll never use a lock removal because that's too illegitimate for me. But people who use lock removal for like Pokewalker hunts or the totems is really cool in my opinion. So I like to watch those. Anyway, so he used the lock removal to get a totem shiny, and he was hunting shiny Salazzle, totem Salazzle. And he did exactly that. He got the shiny and reset over it immediately. I saw someone else do something recently. I think it was in Fire Red Leaf Green that they reset over. It might have been Mewtwo. I think it was Mewtwo. Can you believe that there are people who shiny hunt in the old school Safari zones like Fire Red Leaf Green and Ruby Sapphire Emerald? Like, that is so insanely brave and bold. I could never. Okay, yeah, so I confirmed. It's not the music that makes that sound, it's Deoxys's cry. I'm resetting it on this, like, trying to reset as close to the same spot as possible now. And it's his cry. I'm gonna do it again, watch. Provided it's shiny. I was too late on that. what was your first non-regular? Okay, my first. And this goes back to the kind of the Safari thing, right? This is going to be in the same vein. My first non-red Gyarados shiny was in gold version in the bug catching contest against a Beedrill. And it knocked out my Pokemon, and I lost that fucking shiny. And to this day, 25-ish years. Oh no, I had to been a little older, like 10 or 11. So 22, 23-ish years on, it still haunts me. It was so rough. What a way to miss a first shiny, right? Now, funny story, and this is an underwhelming shiny, but the way it happened is really cool. I told you I skipped black and white because I didn't like the way I didn't think they looked good, and I thought I didn't like Pokemon anymore. But when I first saw Black 2 and White 2, the Kyurem forms on the box art, I told Alejandro, I'm like, dude, we have to get these games. I'm gonna get White 2, you get Black 2. He wasn't really feeling it, but he agreed. So we got the games. And he couldn't start that night because he had promised to spend the night with my sister because they were dating at the time. Well, I didn't wait. I got started. And my very first catchable encounter was a shiny. It was a Lillipup, so not that crazy. But my very first catchable encounter was a shiny. And I remember being so excited. I ran upstairs, basically kicked my sister's door in, and I said, I'm like, oh my god, I got a shiny, I got a shiny. And they were so mad at me. They're like, it's 3 in the morning, what are you doing? So, but I no longer have that shiny. I don't know what happened to it. I didn't really value it because I didn't care for Lillipup as a Pokemon. But it was still a cool experience. My first shiny was a male Nidoran. Whoa! That's such a crazy shiny, though. Who doesn't like blue Nidoking? I can't remember. I think Alejandro said his first shiny was a Houndoom. Or a Houndour. I remembered my sister's first shiny. She was playing Crystal version. Because she was special. Her first shiny was a... I remember where it came from. I don't remember the exact shiny. I think it was an Igglybuff from the odd egg you get. I guess it has a higher shiny rate. It was either that or Cleffa. I can't remember which. But that was her first shiny. Yeah, on that note, what's wrong with shiny Nidoqueen? Did she kiss it? I don't know. I didn't like her shiny for a long time, but it's growing on me. I didn't used to like green shinies at all. But they've started to grow on me. Like, Noivern is my favorite shiny. I love its shiny. I get it. Autocorrect screws me up all the time. What's worse than autocorrect is I use a lot of speech to text because my hands are usually busy doing other stuff. And I'll send the message and I'll go back and read and I'm like, oh wow, there's no way they can understand what I'm saying. And I don't feel like I have any kind of accent or like thick speech, but when I dictate, stuff that sounds crystal clear to me gets all jumbled up. It drives me nuts. I mean, yeah, I can see why it would bother you. It kind of clashes because female Nidoran line is all pink, and then she becomes green with pink boobs. But you know, it is what it is. Okay, I take it back. Noivern Shiny isn't my favorite Shiny. It's my favorite non-legendary, non-mythical Shiny. Because Genesect has my favorite Shiny. I love... First off, Bug Steel is my favorite typing in the game. And he's just a beautiful red Shiny. So that's my all-time favorite Shiny. And then Shiny Kyurem White is also amazing. But not counting those two, um, Noivern is my favorite Shiny. And Noivern's also like top 3 favorite Pokemon of all time. Dusk Lycanroc, Noivern, Golisophy. That's hilarious. My dictation censors curses, so I haven't had that happen too many times, but that's hilarious. Ugh. You gotta love accidental typos, even when it's text to speech. There it was, that sound. My voice-to-speech interpreter is much more sassy than I am. I don't know that mine's sassy. I just think it's deaf. But it can't be, because my boss has Apple TVs hooked up on all of his TVs, and those remotes all have dictation as well. And so he hates how long it takes to manually type things out on a remote, because you have to scroll to each letter. And so he's like, well, just dictate. Just say what you want. Say what, search for this. Search for XYZ. And so I'll hold the button and I'll enunciate very clearly Dallas Cowboys podcast. Because that's something he watch. And somehow it'll screw up 2 words. Like, there's a YouTube channel called The Y Files that we both really like. And I'll enunciate very clearly. The Y Files. And it'll be like, The Wife Files. Like, are you kidding me? Come on. I know I do not speak that thick. But, whatever. I mean, can you believe I've been going for 6 hours and no shiny yet? This is ridiculous. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not frustrated. I knew this was going to be a ridiculously long hunt, but I kind of hope Pikachu would have shined by now. Because it's half the odds of Deoxys. But you know what? When I get them, it's going to be so satisfying. And it'll be even more satisfying if I did them on my own, because I will have it documented for all of the world to see, for all time, or at least until YouTube shuts down. Yeah, it would be nice to get at least one of them. I'd be happy with either. I'd be even more happy if it was Deoxys, just so I don't have to hear this stupid song over and over and over and over and over and over again. It gets kind of I can't even think of the word, just how annoying it gets. And yeah, I can always like, oh, I'll just turn the game audio off and replace it with like copyright-free music. But I want to be able to catch the shiny sounds in case I don't see it on first glance. It will live in your dreams forever, no darker needed. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't care that much about it. I mean, in general, I don't care that much about shiny Pokemon to begin with. I'm just doing this because it's an interesting thing to do. I already have one. You know, I could be happy with that forever. But, yeah, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'm so tired of hearing that. I actually want the Pikachu more than I want the Deoxys, because that's a pretty unique shiny. Because it doesn't have shiny. But so here's the thing. You know how in all the Switch games, and I guess the 3DS games, Pokemon have like a little mark to show what game they came from? I've become so fond of that little mark. And so all of my hunts lately have been Pokemon from their region of origin. So like those SOS hunts were Alola Pokemon from Alola. Those Oros hunts were Hoenn Pokemon from a Hoenn game. Those BDSP hunts were Sinnoh Pokemon from a Sinnoh game. And so even though I have Shiny Deoxys, it came from the Game Boy Advance. And those games don't have a mark. And I think there's like a 50-50 chance that when home support comes for these games that they will get their own mark. Because like the Game Boy Color games on the Virtual Console got the little Game Boy mark. So I think there's a chance. And I think it could go either way. I think they could just keep parity with the GBA games and just not do anything and just make them look identical. But I think there's a chance we get a GBA mark. And if that's the case, I really want a GBA mark Shiny Deoxys. I know that's frivolous. I know it doesn't do anything. I know it's purely vanity. But god dang it, I want it. What's going to piss me off, though, is... That's the whole reason I'm doing this hunt, is on the chance that this mark exists. What's going to piss me off is when home compatibility comes, and if there's no mark, it'll mean... Not that I've done this for nothing, but that I went through all this, like, insisting I have to do it on stream for nothing. It'll still be nice to have, but I could do this hunt 10 times faster on GBA. Hey, I have a Ribbon Master of a Pokemon with every single possible ribbon on it. And it's a shiny. But I bet you can't guess what species it is. No. So I'll give you a hint. In order for a Pokemon to have every ribbon, it has to first come from Colosseum or XD Gale of Darkness. It has to be a Shadow Pokemon. That's the first thing it has to be. Second, it has to be in every game with ribbons that has them. So, it has to be in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. It has to be possible to get Fire Red Leaf Green, either through trading or normally. It has to be in... Well, this isn't going to matter up through Gen 7, because you can transfer any Pokemon. But it has to be Existence Sword and Shield. It has to exist in Legends Arceus. Has to exist in BDSP. And has to exist in Scarlet and Violet. And it's a Gen 2 Pokemon, I'll tell you that. No. Good guess, though. But Teddiursa is not in Sword and Shield. I'll give you 3 guesses, and I'll give you another hint. So Teddiursa is your first guess. Nope, not Murkrow. What the hell? Not Scizor. Okay. Its nickname is Mr. Wiggles. Sudowoodo, yes, that is my Ribbon Master. Mr. Wiggles, and the ribbon he has currently attached that gives him his title is the Great Tree ribbon from Alola's Battle Tree. And that makes his name, when he comes out in battle, Mr. Wiggles the Tree Master. Where are you, Mr. Wiggles? Where are you, Mr. Wiggles? There he is. Hold on, let's see if I can get on screen. Let's see. Do this. So, Mr. Wiggles. Oh, hold on. Oh, keep scrolling. Why are you not scrolling? Oh, hold on, because I didn't have. And there's every ribbon and the 3 marks he can get in Scarlet and Violet. That is my Ribbon Master. It was a hell of a project. I actually had to get help with one part of it. But I will never do this again. Unfortunately, one of the ribbons requires you to get Master Ball tier in the ranked ladder on Sword, Shield, or Scarlet Violet. And I just couldn't be arsed to do it. even though there's a community in Sword and Shield now to help actually do that, because the competitive side of that's basically dead. I was able to find someone on it was either Discord or Reddit who was already Master Ball tier, because I was still like Great Ball tier, because like I said, I didn't care about competitive Pokemon in Sword and Shield, so I'd never bothered getting into ranked. But now that Sword and Shield is no longer updating its rank ladder, so you'll never go down rank, you'll just stay at whatever rank you are forever until you go up. So once you get to Master Ball, you're at Master Ball forever. I was able to find someone who's already at Master Ball. You just have to win one battle, and everyone on your team gets the ribbon. And so they were help me get that last ribbon that I needed. So, and then there's one more ribbon that's kind of annoying. You have to in Legends ZA, you have to take a photo of it at the photo place. Really weird, but there it is. And then there are 3 marks that you can get in Scarlet and Violet. One was from, I think it's picking up 100 items. Another was from feeding it foods or something like that. I can't remember. And then another one was just a random chance ribbon. Like it had a 1 in 100 chance of not a ribbon, mark. A 1 in 100 chance of getting that mark after every battle, and that was annoying. What I did was I just did I got on Koraidon and just followed the main, like one of the main paths around the entire Paldea region, and just fought everything I came across until I got it. I think it took like 3 laps. It was annoying as hell. But having said that, one of my I think the Paldea games are kind of boring. There's just nothing to do in those regions, or in the Paldea region. But one of my favorite things to do is just the sightsee, and I do this in Breath of the Wild sometimes too, where I'll just get on a horse. And in Breath of the Wild, if you have a horse and it's on a path, it'll follow that path automatically without you touching the controller. So I'll sometimes just let Link get on the horse and follow the path and just ride around the zone. I'll just sightsee. And so every now and then I'll get on Koraidon and Scarlet, and I'll just do something similar around Paldea. Just do a lap around it just to see what's, just to see the sights. And actually doing that has actually led me to a few areas that I had never previously found. Like just little hidden niches and crevasses and stuff like that. Hello, Yuki. Welcome back. However, I need this hand. Sorry, dear. Yuki. I don't know what that sound is. Let's jot in the notes. And it can't be that anymore because I'm hearing it live. Hi, Yuki. Oh, shoot. There we go. Oh, dang it. Well, okay, let's just go all tangled up here. What did I do? Let's go under, like that. Go. Alright, now I have to do Pikachu check. Sorry, I got distracted. Tangled cables. Oh boy. We are 6.5 hours in almost. And still no yellow alien. Or not shiny Pikachu. And unfortunately, I believe I am out of bottled water. That is a shame. Oh, sorry. Oh, it'd be so nice if this one of these things shined in the next, what is it, Corvital 6? So yeah, I think 7 o'clock is going to be quitting time for the day, for the night. And then, yeah, I guess I won't be back until Monday morning. Because I don't stream on Saturday or Sundays because I don't get off work till 11 a.m. I gotta be back at 11 p.m. And so I try to just take it easy those days and catch some sleep. But since I'm off at 7 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday, and then obviously I'm off Tuesday to Thursday, I try to stream for a few hours in the morning on Mondays. And then Tuesday, it can be kind of variable. I try to stream in the morning, and then I try to stream in the afternoon, the evening. But it could be one long stream, it could be two smaller streams, it just depends. And then for next week, it really depends on what time Champions drops on Wednesday. Because I lost my train of thought. You know, all my focus is going to go to that. The shiny hunts are just going to have to wait for a while if I don't get them before then. So I'm really hoping. I'm hoping Monday morning. That I'm feeling it. Just depends on how it goes Sunday night. Work. And it depends on whether or not Stacy shows up that time. It just depends on how tired I am. But I would ideally like to get home Monday, probably around 7:30, maybe a little later. I might have to stop for breakfast. I don't know. And I would like to stream until at least 1 p.m. because that's usually what time I try to get to bed on Monday. And so that would give me a solid 4 or 5 hour. Let's say 8 o'clock to get home to noon. That's full. So 5-ish hours I'd like to get Monday, and then I like to get as much as I can Tuesday. Man, I would so like to get done with this hunt and move on to the Manaphy hunt before Champions comes out. Because these are like my big three that I want to do. And I know, obviously, I'm not going to finish the Manaphy hunt in 2 days. But I'd like to just get it started to have the first stages of that hunt at least uploaded to YouTube. And on the plus side, come Monday stream, I will have my new mic. No more sounding like I'm at the bottom of a freaking well. No more picking up every button click and vibration. I never really had this problem at my old apartment. I've had the same mic since I started. But I don't know. It seems. Well, no, I know why it's picking me up. I applied some better filters to kind of enhance and boost my audio pickup, so it hears me better. You know, even whispering. Because I had a problem where like I would mumble sometimes. You know, I'm typing this, and the mic just won't pick it up. Because my noise gate. Because I cannot stand the sound of my own breathing. And my mic would pick that up. It was that sensitive. So I had a noise gate specifically to avoid that. But it also meant that it didn't pick up my lower speaking voice. So now it does, but as a result, it picks up everything. Like it doesn't hear my fan. My fan's blowing 4 feet away on its highest setting. Yeah, obviously it can't hear me breathing. But like my button clicking, it hears that. You can hear me scratching. And I don't know exactly why it picks that stuff up, but not the fan. Like, all I know are the settings that were suggested to me. I don't know why they work. Maybe I should educate myself, but apparently, though, this is a problem with the type of mic I have. So, I got a Snowball, and those are condenser mics. They're meant to be, apparently, they're meant to be very sensitive and pick everything up, but they're meant for, like, studio use, I guess. And what I want is a dynamic mic, which has better noise cancellation. And so I did pick up one. I spent about $80 on it. Actually, I spent a little bit less because I had like $30 in like Best Buy gift certificates or something. I was able to apply to it. But I paid, so I ordered it Wednesday night, so Thursday morning, like at 2 a.m. And I paid for the next day delivery. So it was supposed to, or no, not next day, same day. It said, get it today, $4.99 extra. So I paid for it, and it did not arrive today, and I'm so upset about that. But that's okay, it's just $5, and it's just one more stream without it. But it would have been nice. It would have been very nice. At least I'm assuming it'll be nice. It can't sound much worse than what I have. I mean, it can. I tried my... Last night I tried my laptop built-in microphone and my webcam's microphone, and they both sound awful. So, I mean, I guess it could in fact be worse, but it could be a lot better. But I'm also not willing to spend hundreds of dollars on a microphone when I'm not a big streamer, I'm not a big content creator. I just do this for fun. I don't do it for a paycheck, so I can't justify spending that kind of money. Especially not now when I've got to pay for this stupid dental surgery, dental work. So, yay. That being said, I did just drop a almost $500 pledge on the new Slay the Spire board game expansion. So, you know. But I gotta have it. I need to have it. I love the Slay the Spire board game. Oh, you're about to die. Hold on. I can save you. And actually, my pledge didn't have to be that expensive. But the problem is, I discovered the Slay the Spire board game well after its original Kickstarter was funded and ended. So I didn't have the opportunity to get any of the exclusives or bonuses. And unfortunately, the website where you can buy the game just didn't have them in stock anymore. So I thought I was out of luck until the Downfall expansion came out. And it turns out that they are reprinting all those old Kickstarter bonuses for this one as well. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get the full gamut of the Downfall Kickstarter, all the bonuses, and then also pick up the bonuses from the previous one. So it turned my $260 pledge into a $474 pledge. And yeah, it was probably not responsible to do that, but I'll make up the difference. There's actually another board game being, I don't think it's Kickstarter, it's some other crowdfunding site, but I don't know if you know what, I mean, I don't know, you're not that much younger than me. I don't know if you knew or around for like Neopets, but when I was a kid in the early 2000s, that shit was the jam. Everyone I knew played it. I played it. My aunt played it. My classmates played it. And you know, it's always kind of had a life since then. It had a trading card game, and I think it even had some video games. But anyway, there's a Neopets board game coming out that's being crowdsourced, crowdfunded, and I kind of want to back that. I don't know if I care for a Neopets game, but like, I don't know, man. That shit was my childhood. I might just get it to get it. Unfortunately, the trailer for the game doesn't really show what it's about. It doesn't show you how it's played or anything like that, so I'm not sure. Someone else in the Shiny Hunting Discord got Deoxys in like 8 hours or something like that. Which is not an awful hunt. I mean, obviously I've done worse. Um, but I wouldn't mind getting it in 8 hours. Of course, then I wouldn't really have anything else to dual hunt. I mean, I guess I could dual hunt the other Deoxys, but I don't want to do this back to back. And you can't really soft reset in the other Switch titles. I do want to kind of go back and shiny hunt in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I got most of that deck shiny, but at some point I should probably finish it. I'm so sorry. I did, however, decide that I am, unfortunately, going to be replaying Sword and Shield one more time. Because, as I've explained several times before now, when the DLC came out for those games, specifically the Crown Tundra portion, I did not know that Dynamax Adventure Legends could be shiny. Not right away. And I got a big bulk of them in pretty quickly. Stack Attack, Zapdos, a bunch of them. Most of them. I did not know they could be shiny until I happened to get a shiny Moltres. And I realized, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. And so I've been very, not reluctant, the word. I've regretted that. I've regretted it quite a bit. Because there are several that I would really like shiny. Like, I want a shiny Cresselia. I haven't done that, but unfortunately, I've already caught it in BDSP. So I can't get a BDSP mark. I mean, I could, but that would require me playing the whole game again, and I'm very particular about maintaining a uniform ID and OT for each of my games, each version, each generation. So, like, for Sword and Shield, all of my competitive Pokemon have to come from one of two IDs. My Shield ID or my Sword ID. I don't want a bunch of different saves with different IDs and my home being full of a bunch of IDs that I can't track. Because I'm pretty anal about the legitimacy of my Pokemon, and there's such a cheating problem in VGC that I don't want to contribute to it. I don't want to perpetuate it, and so it's very important to me to maintain, at the very least, that bit of order. So much so that I don't accept Pokemon from other people, with one exception, and that's a shiny Meltan from Go. Because the first couple times the event came around, I failed to get it. I did eventually get them a few years ago when I was in Vegas. I was able to get a few Meltan during the event. But up to that point, I just didn't have a shiny Meltan. And so I accepted one from a friend of mine that I'd known for years that I trusted very, explicitly. So as far as I know, okay, no, that's not entirely true. There's also a Korean event that I got from my cousin while they were living in Japan. But again, he's someone that I trust. He was able to send me the proofs of him going to the event, getting it, redeeming it, all that stuff. So aside from those two, as far as I know, I don't have anything that I didn't obtain for myself and from one of two IDs for each set of games. But because of that, I've decided this one time I'm going to make an exception. I'm going to make another sword save, name it Shiny Sev, and that's going to be specifically for Shiny Dynamax Adventures. So I can get my Shiny Stack Attack, Shiny Cresselia. Fortunately, I could still get Shiny Blacephalon on my main save. I didn't get that. I'm still working on getting. I got Zygarde. I did manage that. I was working on Heatran, but I got it in BDSP first, so I don't actually care about getting that shiny. Especially now that I know that its ZA Mega Shiny is actually not that impressive. But, God, I cannot think. I would have liked Shiny Necrozma. Is Necrozma in DA? I can't remember. I think it is. But, like, I really would like a Shiny Stack Attack. And I can't go back and get Stack Attack and Blacephalon Shiny in Ultra Sun and Moon, but I have long since captured those. And there's another situation where I didn't know they could be shiny. I didn't know. So, Shiny Stack Attack, I wouldn't mind getting the Tapu Shiny because I only have them from the event. From the events, plural. But I wouldn't mind getting them with my own ID. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't mind getting a shiny Mewtwo that way. Don't need Xerneas and Evitar because I have those. What is in DAs? I feel like I'm just blanking here. Where's the legendaries? Come on. Here they are. So, like, the birds, I don't care that much for. Mewtwo, I wouldn't mind getting you shiny. Although I do have two. I think actually I have 3 shiny Mewtwo. So I don't need it. I like it though. Wouldn't mind getting Ho-Oh but again, I have those in gold version, so I don't need them. I would like Latios and Latios, but I do have those from ZA. I would like Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. I would like those shiny. I wouldn't mind getting Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit because I've never had those shinies. Don't care about Dialga, Palkia, Heatran. I wouldn't mind another shiny Giratina. Tornadus and Thundurus, I guess. Reshiram and Heatran. I got Kyurem. No, I don't have Kyurem. I got 2 Kyurem, but I got 1 Ultra and Ultra Moon. I need to get a Kyurem from Yuki. Stop. Stop. But I still need to get Shiny Kyurem from the Dynamax Adventures. I can do that still in the main save. I already got Zygarde. Could always use another Zygarde though. Tapus. Oh, okay. So Solgaleo and Lunala are in fact. I thought you could only get one from the Cosmo, which cannot be shiny. All the UBs, but only 2 of those I can't hunt in their games of origin, unfortunately. So there's not a bunch that I really want shiny, but there are some. Stagataka, Necrozma, Solgaleo, Lunala, because I have them, but they're from the events. So yeah, about a dozen. Yeah. Still waiting for the day that Pokemon Sleep gets to connect to Pokemon Go or Pokemon Home. I know that day's coming. There's a reason that they have natures and all that stuff. Compatibility will happen. I'm certain of it. Oh, something, please. Oh, shine already. I'm asking so nicely. You've been so patient. Someone that I'm pretty friendly with in the shiny hunting Discord's like, well, why don't you just RNG that? Because I don't do that. I did that once just to see how it was. And that was enough. I think I'm in the call here. I'm going to lay down. I'm starting to fall asleep. I'll catch you next time. Good looking. Hey, no, I appreciate you hanging out for as long as you did. You totally, absolutely did not have to stay this late, but it was super cool that you did. I will be, like I said, I'll be back Monday morning, but I don't know if that works for you. But Tuesday and Wednesday for sure. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for sure I'll be streaming, and probably pretty late those nights. So hopefully I'll see you then. But if not, you know, I'll catch you when I can. But have a fantastic night. Sleep well, man. You know what? I might just call it here in about 15 minutes, or it's almost going on to the 7th hour. I might just go ahead and call it quits at the 7-hour mark. Because it's already, what, it's almost 6:10? I mean, that's close. I wanted to get to 8 hours, but 7 hours isn't bad. I gotta make sure the previous stream VOD is on YouTube. I do need to get back into video editing and doing specific uploads, but it's so easy just to export a VOD and say good enough. And that, I know that's lazy. That's very low tier, low effort. I mean, I still want the VODs on my channel, so they're there and they're just the full, raw, unfiltered, unedited format. But I do also need to edit them down um, and properly cut them up. If I'm going to do that, though, I need to download the VODs before they get deleted. In fact, why don't we... I think VODs are good for 30 days? Yes. Okay, so I do need to do this. I didn't want to do any content stuff over the weekend. I was going to work on other stuff, but... Oh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. Of course, that does give me like 30 freaking hours of video to go through. Do I really want to be a YouTuber? Not particularly, but that's just what you do to build an audience, right? I do need to build out that side of things, though, because, like, obviously I'm an affiliate here, not that that means much right now. But I apparently, I don't know why this is. I'm not, I mean, I know why, but I'm not qualified to stream on YouTube. If I attempt to, it tells me no. However, using the, I guess it's pronounced Atom, the Atom multi-stream tool, I was in fact able to stream to YouTube my very first time using it. Hasn't worked since then. It's been at least 3 or 4 streams since then. But my very first stream using it, it's there under my live tab. And I don't know why. It wasn't live in the moment. So I didn't expect it to work at all. But when I checked back later, yeah, it was there. It's still there. But all subsequent streams, despite me still starting the YouTube stream, I can see it lit up right there. It won't be in my live tab on YouTube. It hasn't been since that first one, so. And I know why. I think you have something like 50 subs, and I've only got 40? Something like that? Maybe not even like 38. So I do need to build that out so I can dual stream, multi-stream, whatever it's called. But man, it's a lot harder to network and put an audience than I thought. It also doesn't help that I went on like a year-long hiatus, though. Like, Twitter's just not the resource it used to be. I hate Blue Sky. I refuse to use it. Although, if I was ever going to connect with Pokemon fans, it would probably be on Blue Sky. And unfortunately, not many people in the Shiny Hunting Discord, despite the fact they have a self-promo tab for streams and stuff like that, not many of them seem very interested in checking out other people's content, which is kind of a bummer. There's one guy there who, when he streams, I try to check them out unless I'm super busy, but like, he's a cool guy. Or he seems like a cool guy. But he's got even fewer subs and follows and stuff than I do, so. It would be nice to get him built up too, but you know, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm not doing this for a career, but it would be nice to get my stuff out there. Monica, hold on, I can't read it from here. Monica Caris, hello, what's up? How's your stream going? Pretty uneventful. I've been going for almost 7 hours, and neither one of my targets have shined yet. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. No, these are not my favorite games. They're just what. Oh, why did I do that? They're just what I want to do right now. My favorite game is either Kingdom Hearts or Metal Gear. I'm not sure. Do I stream PC? I stream from Slay the Spire too every now and then. But I'm not generally a PC gamer. It's either my Switch or my PlayStation. When I used to play, I played on PC, but now I don't get time because I got married. Hey, I mean, that's a good trade-off, though. I know plenty of people who would give anything to be married. Your stream calls are... Oh, I appreciate that. I think the visuals are fine, but my mic sounds like garbage. I've got a new one that's supposed to be arriving tomorrow, but I won't get to use it until Monday. Something's missing in my channel. What's that? Just a fair warning, if you're about to try to sell me something, that's an instant ban. I don't have that stuff because I'm just not big enough to need it right now. I mean, you know, I just don't know what I don't know, and I just do this as a hobby, so I'm not super duper concerned with growing a huge amount. But, you know, if and when I get to it, I'll get to it. I don't know. It's just isn't that important to me. If this was something I was trying to do as a career, then yeah, I would care a bit more about those kind of things. But like I said, I'll at some point I'll get that stuff figured out. It's just not a priority. I don't even know the first thing about how to get emotes made and stuff like that. So well, I'm just not that interested, but I appreciate the offer. Like I said, um, you know, not really looking to be sold anything right now. I mean, you know, the best thing you could do for me if you want to help is you could drop me a follow here and a sub on YouTube. But other than that, yeah, I'm just not looking for that right now. But I appreciate the offer. Alright, we are officially past the 7 hour mark. and I think this is where we're going to go ahead and call it a night. I'm going to do one final check on both these guys. Pikachu, not shiny, didn't expect it to be. And Deoxys, willing to bet, is not shiny. Okay, so that's what we're gonna call it for the night. 7 hours is, not a bad go. I was hoping to go to 7 a.m. It's 6:22 now, but 40 minutes. I mean, 7 hours is a pretty good chunk. Um, as of so far, Friday, Saturday, I don't stream. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But I'll be back Monday for at least some hunting. Not 7 hours worth, but at least a little bit, a couple hours. And then Tuesday, knocking on wood, nothing comes up that needs my attention. No last minute appointments, no family emergencies. Tuesday, when I get off work, I will be streaming, hopefully, for at least a couple hours before I go to bed. And then I plan to stream that evening as well. Continuing this hunt. These hunts, sorry. I don't know what time Champions releases on Wednesday. I'm not sure if it's like normal releases where it'll be like 3 a.m. my side. But as soon as it's live, as soon as it's ready, I plan to stop whatever I'm doing and start streaming that. And that will be the bulk of my streaming for at least a little while. These hunts will return, but they're gonna take a backseat for a while. But that's still 5 days off. So I'm gonna go and get off here. Get some sleep. Get some sleep for work and all that. And I hope to see you guys around on Monday. So until then, thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. Thanks for hanging out in chat. And I will catch y'all next time.